here! Welcome! Yay, everybody, to the VRS semi-finals here in the summer playoffs. I'm Infinite Dodge, as per usual, joined by Shogun and Kongman. Gentlemen, are you ready for a series of epic proportions?
Woo! Yeah, woo!
Yeah.
Who do we got here tonight, Shogun? Why are we so excited? What teams are playing and are going to astound and amaze us?
Team Ambition Soccer,
That is not who it is.
That is
Not
the wrong
whatsoever.
Oh, my bad. It's Dorado Gaming Gamma versus Absolute. Sorry, you know what? That was a low blow. They're already going through some stuff.
We were having some conversations.
I was going to say, can you not give me hope?
No, there's no hope. But what we can hope for is a solid showing between Absolute and Dorado Gaming Gamma. Though I expect we probably won't see that either, just based on how good Absolute has been doing recently.
Yeah. Kongman, are you excited for this here series tonight between these two titans of the VRS?
Yeah, I definitely have to say I am pretty excited. Okay, let me interject there real quick. I wouldn't really say two titans. I'd say one titan and like the son of a titan. Let's be real here. Because you got Gamma on the
in the mythology were gods, to be fair, Kongman. Like
Irrelevant.
Zeus is the son of a titan, so
yeah, but titans are better. Because you look at Gamma.
I read Percy Jackson and the Olympians.
Same. I just finished rereading Heroes of Olympus. Pretty fire.
I never finished the Heroes. I read the first two.
Should.
I never finished that series.
You read the first two? Oh, the last three are way better. I actually no, that's not true. The second one's probably the best one. The other three are still pretty good though.
I haven't read them in years. I don't remember. Kongman, I'm sorry to keep cutting you off, buddy. Go ahead, finish your point.
Oh, you're a good man. See, so you're gonna have Dorado Gaming Gamma, the underlings to Dorado Gaming Zeta. You know, as we know, Zeta is probably one of the better teams. We should more than likely see them in finals, but right now they are going to be going up against Oasis Esports Cloud on the opposite side of the bracket. Basically a rematch of last season's finals, which is definitely going to be a sure try and fire match. But one thing I want to point out with Absolute Gaming is they have gone undefeated this entire season. And even whenever we break down their matches, they've only dropped one game. And that was to Dorado Gaming Zeta themselves.
Pretty pog stuff. We will have to see if Gamma can make the bracket to fall to Zeta the same way that Iota did in our first round of the playoffs. But yeah, Absolute Esports coming in as our 1 seed, coming in as a little bit of the favorites, I would say, but we will get to that in a little bit. Before we do, I just want to let everybody know, because we didn't rub it in his face enough last night, that on VAS round of 16 playoffs last night, Kongman was in the chat to witness his two favorite champions in Shyvana and Sejuani get absolutely washed in Game 3. They both got picked by the same team. Kongman's two favorite champions both got picked and got smacked up. And Kongman, we brought you onto the post-show last night hoping to hear your explanation of where it went wrong for that Shyvana and Sejuani pick, but unfortunately we weren't set up to actually hear your opinion. So if you want to give us a brief preamble, a bit of warning for Absolute and Dorado Gamma here tonight, if they opt to go towards the Shyvana or the Sejuani angles, what lessons did we learn from VAS playoffs last night that we can pass on in terms of those two champions to these teams?
Alright, well, before I pass that on, right now it looks like I'm going to have a bit of beef with NoTac over in chat, calling them the S-word champs. So, NoTac, every time I've seen you type in chat, you've had, the worst angles. Literally, you have predicted nothing correctly since you've been in this chat. So you are irrelevant. But let's be honest.
No, Kongman! My goodness.
If you are going to lock both Shyvana and Sejuani, you do not put Shyvana top lane and Sejuani jungle. You swap those two. Also, Press the Attack is a decent rune on Shyvana, but that is not her best rune. Or her item builds either.
Dark Harvest, what's the Conqueror?
First Strike.
What? First Strike?
Yeah, First Strike easily. You take First Strike and then you immediately build under Rocket Belt, because that's going to help give you more First Strike procs, and it's going to help you fling yourself at the enemy more, giving yourself an even better ultimate with your E. Listen, chat, I see you all talking about me goo-goo all over fucking Shyvana. Gamer language, okay. That's my first of the season.
Yeah, I've done it a few times. I've slipped in the past 6 months, but Kongman getting very
Oh.
passionate here. In fact, now we
Okay.
will see that Kongman has
Uh-oh.
been eliminated.
Uh-oh.
Our bosses have seen fit to take him out for besmirching the good name of
Oh,
Victoris. So Shogun,
I
you're
get taken
family
out.
friendly and clean. You tell us what meta
Hell yeah.
adaptations you want to see that don't involve Shyvana or Sejuani or the like.
Udyr! 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 Run stun! Hee hee! Yes! Udyr! Udyr! But like,
Ooga Booga Caveman League of Legends, my favorite. Why Udyr?
Exactly.
What makes him good right now?
He run fast, he stun thing, he tanky. I don't think you really want anything else in a champion. Also, he's pretty brainless to play. You just run up to people, you start it's really hard to mess Udyr up, and also on top of that, it's hard to counter an Udyr without like having some sort of like real like more than one form of hard CC as well. Like that's the only real way you're going to be able to lock an Udyr down, and even then, like one form of CC, he's probably just gonna run away right after that and say no, no more. I'm fine. I'm good. But yeah, I just like Udyr. Udyr's funny to watch, and it's
That
pretty
it
annoying
is.
for other teams to deal with.
That new Udyr should be coming soon too, which should be really pog when that does finally arrive. Hopefully, I mean we're gonna get that and Nyla probably at similar times. The mini reworks on Asol and Sivir are coming. We got some big changes coming up ahead of the end of LCS LEC season, and just in time for the fall split of Victoris, of course, once that comes back around. So it's going to be pretty sweet. But we do have playoffs at hand, and we hinted at it a little bit. We can get into what is doing in these playoffs, especially with our semifinal series here tonight, and who we are favoring. Shogun, I will start with you. Break it down. What's the score going to be? Who's winning? How's it going to look?
Well, I'm glad you asked me because I have some pretty unique thoughts on this.
Oh,
Which
really?
is,
All
yeah,
right,
yeah,
I'm curious to
no,
hear this.
yeah. Which is I think that I think Absolute is going to be pretty confident going into this one. They've been smacking everybody. They've been absolutely popping it off. I think they went 3-0 last week, so they'll probably be way too confident, and Dorado Gaming Gamma is pretty solid. They're probably going to rock them in the first game, and then Absolute is going to go, whoa, that was a little weird. Let's focus up, and it's going to be like, 15, 20, 30-minute games after that. So I think it's going to be 3-1 Absolute.
Folks, that was word for word, Kongman's speech from when we got on desk and started talking predictions. Shogun is a shameless man who has decided to rip off his co-caster here and leave him to the wind. I can't believe how unoriginal you are, Shogun. That being said, I also think it's going to be 3-1. Absolutely.
Oh, the tombstone.
Oh, man.
I'm the only one who's
That was
dodged the
good.
tombstone tonight. Oh my goodness.
All right, so DOGG, you said you're also predicting a 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1 absolute. I think we're all basically on the same page here.
All right, well, you see, the good thing about me is I know how to think on the fly, unlike Shogun, who's very linear and can only rip off other people's ideas. So you got to think of it this way: you got Dorado, probably one of the better teams out there. Dorado Gaming Zeta. Get that prediction out of here. You're ruining my segue.
Oh?
Remove this prediction.
So you're telling me this isn't where we're ending up anyway? You're telling me that,
All right, yeah, get that prediction
there
out of the way.
meaningfully changes what's about to come out of your mouth?
Yes, sir. 'Cause you see, there's Dorado Gaming Gamma, who trains with Zeta. You know, the people who won Amateur Worlds, one of the best teams out there right now.
And
They
our New
train
Year's
together.
kickoff tournament.
Yes,
and
sir.
our
Yes, sir.
spring split of VRS. They're going for the golden road.
Yes, sir. So they are on the golden road. They are wanting to meet Zeta in the finals and prove that they are going to be the better Dorado champion. So they're going to come out swinging. But unfortunately, Absolute Esports is just absolutely decimating this season. Absolute Esports 2-1. Sorry, 3-1.
3-1. It's a best of 5, but
Yeah, best of
I
5.
like how all of that misdirection, Kongman, was to bring us back around to the same conclusion we've all reached, which is that our 1 seed is going to do some crazy things in these here semifinals. Although, I will say, let us not allow the hubris of the 1st seed to I'm sorry, I have an eye on some things that are happening, but not to allow the hubris of a first seed arriving distract us from the possibilities. Last night in VAS, we saw the undefeated team out of Group A in the Victoris Amateur Series come in against a fourth seed. They were the only undefeated team, and they got upset 2-1. So upsets are possible. They can happen.
Yeah.
Dorado Gaming Gamma,
Listen.
as you point out, Kongman, has strong scrim partners in the likes of, Zeta, who have won everything so far this year. So I don't want to discount Gamma. They might be able to make some plays happen, but generally I think we're all taking the high roll. We're all going with the low risk, high reward pick here, which is of course to pick up Absolute as our victors on the night in terms of predictions.
And also, the funny thing is, since we've all predicted the same team and the same score, either way, the predictions aren't going to change for our caster totals. So, Dodge, you're still going to be 1 point behind, and then for final Shogun, we're going to have to spice it up and do something different to determine who the true winner is.
I'm going to tell you right now,
Kongman,
Zeta
you
makes it to
keep trying
finals.
to
with
erase
Zeta.
history, brother. You predicted incorrectly last week.
We predicted
You
the
are
same
in
team.
last place right now.
I could pull up the screenshot of all of us having the same prediction.
Yeah, but you said in your speech you did not actually specify which Dorado Gaming you said was going to win last series, and when
No, I
Salt
did.
said, so you're predicting Gamma, you didn't dispute him, and we all said, okay,
Oh, no,
Kongman,
no, I
unless
did-
you
I
say
disputed that.
otherwise, we all agree that to
I
say not
disputed
one or
that.
the other means Gamma. Gamma didn't even play last week, which means
I
you got a big
disputed
old
that.
goose egg for last week, and you
Nah.
are in third place.
Nah, I
This was
disputed that.
decided upon.
I disputed that. I love how Shogun's just chilling here, stone-faced, in between us.
Shogun loves, I mean, I'm the instigator. Shogun's just like casually observing and allowing it to happen, and you're the one who I poke with the spear from a distance to get
you're-
riled up.
Oh, you're using Zinzal's W on me. Alright, I see how it is.
Wind becomes lightning. A little play-by-play caster wisdom for you there. So what that one's called. Pop quiz, Shogun. What's the ultimate called?
What's his name? Zinzo?
Yeah.
It's either like sweeping fun time or like
Sweeping fun.
like something about Damacian peace treaty thing. It's similar to Hextech Ultimatum, but I know that's like Camille's. It's a similar thing to that, or it's just super sweepy win time.
I do believe it is called Crescent Guard. I believe at one point it was called Grand Challenge, and they gave him
Grand Challenge. Yeah,
a soft
that sounds
rework, and
right.
it got renamed. I think
Yeah.
that's how it went.
Yeah, it is Crescent Guard.
That's
Yeah,
dumb.
which-
It should
does-
definitely
it's
be
not very
sweepy win
impressive.
time.
Sweepy Fun Time is much better. It's honestly a much more impressive sounding name. I think we need to get Shogun on the champion balance and design team. Let him rework
I'll just
Udyr.
balance the names.
You know
All right,
what?
we need to readdress Teemo's W. It should not be called Move Fast. We should call it Go 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 or something
Why is
better
it not
than
called
that.
Swiftly? Why is it not called Swiftly? That's all you need to go. Swiftly.
Nope, Move Fast.
Go. Sonic Speed.
Yeah,
You know,
there's
in
like
Wild Rift, he has a
Nobody better
vein
think.
queue for a W.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
what?
Yeah,
That sounds
They've
so much more fun.
they made Teemo viable in Wild Rift. It's annoying. Wild Rift is like so much better than League of Legends for PC. It's
I don't
actually
know.
really annoying.
Yumi
Yo,
Q
yo, okay,
plus
real
Ash
talk.
R, not good.
Real talk. I see
Mm.
our favorite Mr. Gurf in the chat. Yo, Gurf, when are we gonna get Wild Rift for Victoris?
Oh, that would be cool. I would want to get into casting Wild Rift a little bit.
Yeah, I'll
But
cast that.
we're getting off topic, gentlemen. We should be hitting Champion Select in a few minutes here, if not any moment. So can I just get a breakdown from either of you real quick? I mean, you sort of already went through this path, but just what strikes you about how impressive Absolute Esports has been here that we're all consensus picking a 3-1 out from them tonight? Anything in particular that strikes your fancy, boys?
They've
They're
only
winners.
True. They've only dropped one physical game, not match, but just game this whole season.
That's what I said. I said they're winners. And my point remains. Also, it is more of like an opinion-based thing of like what I think the best finals would be. I'm like 99% sure that Zeta is going to win the other side of the bracket and get to finals. I think Gamma versus Zeta would be very reminiscent of Zeta versus Iota. That doesn't sound fun to me. I want to see Zeta take down the team that everyone thinks is, pretty hot coming into it. I think that would be better for Zeta. I think Zeta beating Gamma would be, kind of like whatever. It'd be pretty hype for the Dorado organization. But from any other viewing perspective, I think it is a much more fun narrative to watch Absolute and Zeta go head to head.
Absolutely so, and I will try and keep you guys updated. I'll keep an eye while these games are going on here on this side of the bracket, what is happening with the Zeta and OEC match, which should be starting in about a half an hour. Our games should be starting relatively quickly, but we will do our best to keep you informed of the whole playoff picture. Just nothing but great teams left here in the VRS as we are approaching the final showdown next week, so it should be exciting no matter what the outcome. But gentlemen, we've gotten to that point of the night where I start to bug you about off-meta concerns, because off-meta things are my favorite things. We've already heard about the Xin Zhao, which I see sometimes still in Pro. It's not as popular as pre-durability update, but Shogun, do you have anything spicier than Xin Zhao and Udyr that you'd like to see? And Kongman, do you have anything besides the common week-on-week answers of the Shivani and the
I
Sejuani?
have something besides Shivani
let's go.
Sejuani. But I'll let
go.
Shogun go first. He seems very
Excellent.
riled up to talk about not Udyr.
Is it just me, or did we not see any Senna Tom Kench ever in
In
the past
VRS?
couple weeks? Yeah, I feel like we haven't
Not
seen much Senna Tom.
In VAS, we
Why?
saw it a fair amount.
Tom Kench ADC in solo queue alone has a 55% win rate.
I'm aware.
And,
I'm aware.
Not even a low play rate. It's been played Senna Tom Kench is tearing up solo queue right now. It's and also it's tearing up competitive play. It just makes no sense to me that pairing hasn't really been seen much. So I hope we'll see it in these games. Maybe we will, maybe we won't, but I just think it's such a potent lane. And Tom Kench can also be taken into the top lane, maybe not so much higher elo, but I have been seeing it a lot lately. Tom Kench dominating top lane as well, so maybe we could see that. I do miss seeing Tom Kench. A lot of people find him boring. I think he's one of those also kind of brainless, fun, haha characters, and that's what we love to see here.
Look, this is the only evidence I need to drop on how Tom Kench is broken. In Season 11, I played 30 games with TK in Ranked, and I had a 65% win rate. If I have a 65% win rate with something in a decent sample size in Ranked, it has to be broken. So that's my verdict on that. Kongman, we've heard it from Shogun about the TK, about the Senna Tom. What do you want to see? What's your spicy pick here that these teams should be bringing into semifinals?
All right, so as we know, Seraphine is a very prevalent issue in League at the moment. You can see her ADC, you can see her support, you can see her mid lane. Sure, you could probably throw her top lane if you really tried hard enough, and I'm sure Absolute.
Which again, we've seen in VAS with Phase Rush.
Okay, well there you go. Now we just need jungle Seraphine, and she'll have the whole perfect.
That one's not happening.
But we do see Seraphine in the mid lane, and I've been playing a bit of mid lane recently, and I've actually played against quite a bit of Seraphine, and I found the perfect counter to Seraphine, which is actually a very nice off meta pick, something that we haven't seen since the summer playoffs of 2018 semifinals.
By Fnatic. I'm going to have to ask you to make this brief. Is it Kane?
No, it is Vayne.
Oh, Dylan would have to go Vayne, of course. Speaking of Champ Select shenanigans and Champ Select comms between players, we are ready to move into Champ Select, guys. But, Kongman, I do like the way you think with the Vayne mid. Been playing Sivir mid recently myself. Ooh. ADC's mid, always fun. But I will leave it to you guys now to dissect the picks that we do see come on through for Game 1 of our semifinal series between Absolute Esports and Dorado Gaming Gamma. Boys, take it away. I'll see you for the post-show.
Alrighty, Dodge. Thank you so much. As we are getting into the draft here, has officially started as well with Absolute on the blue side, Dorado Gaming Gamma on the red side. Very excited to see how these two teams end up drafting against one another. What are you expecting from the bans? I know we talked about some spicy picks, but I want to know what you think that these two teams want to get rid of.
I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what the teams ban back and forth. I'm sure we're probably going to be seeing a Seraphine ban, probably from Dorado Gamma, if they get the option to do so, just because they are on the second choice. And as we know, Seraphine's a good pick one. Wukong is still hit or miss as a good first pick. I mean, we do know he recently got nerfed, but it's still decent. But we do see him ban Tristana. One thing I do want to point out that I do my homework in the Victoris Discord, and I look at the VRS match history. And the past few days has just been Gamma, Oasis, and Absolute asking each other, hey, can we get the draft lulls for you guys? So they have been scouting each other's draft
Okay.
lulls, figuring out who's banning what, who's picking what. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these players ban and pick.
So I'm actually really confused by the Seraphine B1. I think Seraphine B1 is really strong. I think it makes a lot of sense. What doesn't make a lot of sense, however, is the fact that they banned Lilia. It does seem like they want Wukong. In fact, maybe it makes more sense now because they knew Gamma wanted to go ahead and just grab up their ADC and either jungle or top and go ahead and grab Wukong up for themselves here. They banned Lilia, and I feel like if you're going to ban Lilia, you usually want the Wukong. He might have gotten hit with some stronger nerfs. I wasn't like too aware of that, but he still seems pretty healthy on the patch as is. They're just going to immediately respond with Senna and the Trundle here. I do think Tom Kench would probably be taken off the board at some point here. But so far it looks like Gamma wants to get rid of Fiora, but they haven't locked that in quite yet.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see if they actually are going to be banning the Tom, because I know you said you wanted to see Senna Tom, something we haven't seen in quite a while. You might actually get to see it tonight. But then again, that Trundle could also be a nice flex to the top lane, so they might have already locked him in.
I think it would make more sense to send if you are going to play Senna, and you do want Senna Tom Kench. I think you just go ahead and you put Tom Kench in the support, Senna with the Tom Kench, and then you have the Seraphine just go mid lane. I think that's probably the best idea if the Tom Kench is even left up. I think that would be a pretty solid idea. I don't really see what else you would want to pair with the Senna. I guess you could pair the Senna with the Seraphine. I'm not a huge fan of that idea, but it is something that you can do, and it is a good bit of damage down in that bot lane.
Yep, so the final bans do come through. It is going to be 4 top laner bans, the Mundo, the Mordekaiser, the Shen, and the Fiora. And now it's going to be Gamma's first pick in the second round of drafting, so it's going to be interesting to see what they pick here. We're going to be seeing Corki, actually locked in, I was about to say floated. Going to be interesting to see if that's going to be the Seraphine matchup.
I see people saying that Sarah and Senna. I was trying to say Seraphine, which is essentially what the lane is best in slot bot lane, as if Tom Kench isn't like her best lane partner. That's pretty troll. I mean, I guess if the other bot lane is just like not human beings and is perfectly content with letting you bully them around, then yeah, Senna Seraphine would be pretty good. I do think Senna Tom Kench is way better for, allowing the Senna to do what she wants and, protecting her and making sure she doesn't die. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it ends up going. They are pretty much locking in the Senna Seraphine into the bot lane. So, I do think into Varus Nautilus, it'll be pretty okay. I'm not too sold on that lane either.
Sorry, I'm very hype at the moment because we are seeing the Urgot locked in. And in case you forgot, last time we saw an Urgot on a VRS stream, we got to see Urgot pull someone out of the fountain.
That is true. We did see some fun stuff from the Urgot. Olaf is going to be the last thing that gets locked in. And so far, I don't have a problem with either team call. I think the Olaf might be a little bit misplaced in this one. I imagine he goes in this situation. I wouldn't know necessarily if he goes jungle or top. It would make more sense if they sent him to deal with the Urgot in terms of how they picked it. He's R5. I don't know the exact matchup between the champions of like Urgot and Volibear, Urgot and Olaf. So we'll see what Gamma ends up wanting to do there. Maybe someone else has a good idea. Maybe you have a thought on that as well.
So I'm actually a very avid Urgot fan, and I've actually been practicing with him, playing with him, been having a lot of fun taking Urgot into the jungle. His worst matchup in the jungle is Trundle, because Trundle just kind of goes, hey, you're slowed, I remove your armor, and now you're dead. Olaf kinda does the same thing. If he hits the axe, you're slowed, but your E just ignores that entirely. If you're playing against Volibear, he can like call down the lightning, but your Urgot, your E just ignores it. So the fact that they drafted Trundle means that Urgot's like #1 counter in like the entire game of League of Legends is on your side. I don't see a scenario in which this Urgot gets like uber punished as long as Trundle's nearby.
Yeah. I could definitely see that being true. I think now something that I should have known is that in the mid lane we were going to see some of the most boring matchups ever, which is Azir Corki. We've been seeing it in professional play as well. These are the two champions that a lot of teams like to play. I do think Azir is fun to watch in the mid to late game with the Shurima shuffles, but before that, I mean, you can't really ask for more of a snooze fest in mid lane. Like even like maybe at 6 they're allowed to like look for plays, or Azir is allowed to look for a play, but I mean Corki should never really let that happen. So I mean mid lane is just going to be super boring to watch. Looking towards the jungle, I think that's where we'll see maybe something interesting come out. While the mid lane is going to be rather hard to punish, I think both the bot lanes are actually pretty susceptible to ganks. I would imagine both have solid gank setup, and both junglers are really solid ganking junglers. I do think Volibear is a tad bit better, a bit more reliable when it comes to like getting that CC off and pairing that with the Nautilus with the Varus. If Sarah and Senna are ever at least a little bit too far up, they're probably just going to die because they don't have a whole lot of mobility. So I think the bot lane is going to be where both junglers are going to want to put a lot of that attention. Maybe the Trundle wants to go ahead and get the Urgot fed, help him out at least a little bit in that lane against the Olaf, but I still think the easiest target for both sides is going to be bot lane.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree that both sides are definitely easier targets are bot lane, but I do agree with trying to get the Urgot fed, because if you all of a sudden have a super tanky Urgot that can just ult someone, your team chumps them down, and then you just eat them, and the entire team is feared. That's just okay. In solo queue, okay, you killed one. In like team fights like this, it's basically a team wipe at that point. You can't really come back from the Urgot fear.
Yeah, for sure. And I think something to point out is if you do get Trundle and Urgot rolling, it makes this team really hard to deal with. If you look at what Dorado Gaming has, drafted for themselves, they have a Varus and a Corki. They're super poke heavy. If, Varus wants to try to break through a lot of that health and a lot of that armor, he has to go on hit. I don't think he wants to, considering that he is pairing himself with the Corki, but I don't know how good poke does into heavy sustained comps. It would make sense that it doesn't do very well, especially if they're super unlucky on the side of Gamma and there is an Ocean Soul up for grabs and somehow, Absolute gets it. That is very RNG. That's, more of like worst case scenario for Gamma is if they can't pressure around those dragons and end up falling victim to having an Ocean Soul used against them, then their poke comp is essentially useless. But we'll see if that's even an issue. It would have to be very unlucky and take a series of unfortunate events for that to actually be a factor.
Yeah, I did want to say that I noticed someone in chat asking about why didn't they pick Jace over Olaf. So Jace into Urgot is like the bad thing to do for Jace, because Urgot punishes Jace like super early, and if Jace like gets behind in Urgot, he's never winning that lane, like, ever. There's no chance of him coming back.
I do like the idea for the composition, though. I think if you sacrifice your laning presence a little bit and just, play safe and try to scale as much as possible, or at least, try to snowball with your jungler instead of, like, just trying to snowball yourself, you do have a ridiculous poke comp with the Lethality Varus, the Corki, the Chase. I mean, that poke is just absolutely nuts, and I don't think you can quite sustain past that much poke. Even this much poke, it's going to be at least a little difficult to sustain, hence why I, brought up the idea of, like, Ocean Soul being a thing, because that'll make it really hard for Gamma to play. But as it stands right now, they still have enough poke to make it annoying for the sustain to try to regain some of that damage that is going to be done in the mid to late game. Of course, all that could go out the window if Absolute or Gamma just, makes crazy moves in the early game and just blows the game open, which we've seen happen time and time again, and everything that we talk about in draft just kind of goes out the window.
Yeah, and speaking of going out the window, we hope that you, everyone in chat, does not go out the window because we're going to be sending it to a short break as we get ready for Game 1 between Absolute Esports and Dorado Gaming Gamma.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to game number 1 of the series between Absolute Esports and Dorado Gaming Gamma. On the blue side, we have ABS, and on the red side, we have DOGG. I'm just gonna say DOGG. I'm not spelling out dog. I'm not doing it. As there might be an invade. Yeah, DOGG, if you will probably be said at some point, and it is in fact an invade. Because they have the Nautilus, they're going to go ahead and do this. And maybe try to catch... Nope, Senna is going to do what I wish literally anybody would do when I play support. My ADC never does this. If they have a Blitzcrank, they're like, yeah, I'll just watch the jungle entrance. And I'm like, listen, I like the thought process of watching for the invade, but let's use a ward against the hooks.
Yeah, just use the ward and leave.
Yep, and that's exactly what Senna does, especially if you don't when you're playing Son of Seraphine, the idea burning a flash early game is just as bad as dying, honestly, because it means that you probably will die later on, or that you can't push up at all, or feel safe in your lane, because you're playing Son of Seraphine. Without flash, you have actually zero escape, and should die to any gank that comes your way.
Yep, definitely have to agree with you there. I do want to point out that Urgot is all the way into the enemy's jungle, waiting in the bush to see if Volibear would show up. But unfortunately, Volibear does take an alternate route through. And one thing we didn't touch on is that it is actually going to be Olaf top and Volibear jungle, which I mean, yeah, it's a decent matchup for Olaf, but I still think Urgot plays a little bit better in the matchup against Olaf because it's definitely more common to see.
For sure, as looks like Volibear is going to get spotted on that ward. I think he's going to go buff to. He's going to Raptors. I have thoughts about that, but we'll
I
see.
would
like.
honestly.
Pretty,
Okay.
no, you can go. You could go.
Okay. Yeah, that's the jungle expertise. Okay.
Yeah.
In this matchup, like how we said, ganking the bot lane is going to be the most crucial thing. I do like how they both started topside, but this is one of those scenarios. You go buff, you do your 3 camp clear. That's the easiest way to say, because I realize it's different on. I just clicked. It's different on both sides for me.
Right.
So you just do your 3 camp clear. Congratulations, you're level 3. Gank.
Yeah, and then you can even like reverse clear. I think is probably the best way to do it. Is going buff to either Gromps or Krog, whatever. Usually in this case, it's going to end up being. Usually you do buff Gromp. Whenever you do a 3 camp clear, you don't usually do Krogs, I'm pretty sure, but that's going to be a nice hook onto the Seraphine. Seraphine is going to take about half her HP, but will be just fine for now, as we were saying. We do see Volibear has done a 5 camp clear, which it's very weird. I feel like you could have done a full camp, or you could have done something there a little bit differently. But, I mean, either way, the worst part about this now is that Trundle is actually going to be able to steal away the Krugs, which is, I mean, that's just free real estate at that point for the Trundle. His Raptors might get taken, though, as a result.
I mean, sure, like, your Raptors get taken, but you're getting Krugs. Like, they give you quite a bit of gold. So, honestly, I would trade you Krugs for Raptors any day.
For sure, and we have, people saying, oh, yeah, like, 3 camp, we're going to push up, just don't push up. I mean, Senna, Seraphine, to have, like, solid wave clear, you can still gank them. It's not impossible to gank this lane. You can also look for a gank mid. I think even if you want to go ahead and play for topside, my point is don't 5 camp. I think 5 camping is, like, really awkward, does not feel good, ever, because you lose out on Krugs, which is probably one of the most, like, it's the highest XP value that's not, the buffs or Gromp. I think it's actually equal to Gromp, if I'm not mistaken. It could be, like, very close, but I don't know the exact numbers there. But we will see. Listen, I'm gonna tell you now, guy in chat, you depress me way more saying Tom Kench is a B tier champion with Senna. We're gonna throw that out there right now. I'm calling that out. That's crazy. That's crazy right now. Zvali's gonna go ahead and go for a gank onto the Senna. Senna's gonna get very low. Will not go down though. Seraphine's also going to get low. Heal is going to keep her alive just barely. Will she be taken down, though? It does not look like it. Not enough damage there yet, as they will go ahead and live down in the bot lane. Maybe try to find the kill, but it would be very risky to do so. Don't think that is ever going to come through.
Yep, definitely have to say that was a very clutch heal from Can't Boil Water. I mean, you can't boil water, but you sure know how to heal up your ADC, and that is a talent that some people lack.
For sure, as we see the teleport coming through from Corki, doesn't want to miss the wave that hasn't really hit the tower yet. Would have, though, if Azir goes ahead and pushes this a little bit faster. Was just trying to crash it. There it is, as they're going to go ahead and take these minions down, as I don't think that the Azir will be able to back here.
No, I do believe that this is Cannon Wave, so Azir should not back here. Yeah, it is Cannon Wave, so Azir should not back here because he really needs to get the cannon. One thing we haven't talked about yet in the mid lane is that both of these mid laners took first strike. So this is literally just the biggest poke battle of any mid lane.
Yep. It is going to be... Oh, Corki actually wants to go in, hit 6 here, but so does Azir, but he elects to just run away. Maybe had an idea that Volibear was around didn't see his jungler. Maybe the jungler was calling for him to just get out. Maybe there was a miscommunication there. Felt like there could have been a 2v2 skirmish there. I do think Azir makes the correct call, though. I think he definitely dies there to the Corki and Volibear on the counter gank. So still a solid decision for the Azir to get on out there. And as we look into the top side, pretty boring lane going on right here. Not a lot of action so far, or a lot of bloodshed necessarily, as the counter pick is not quite working the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, definitely have to agree. I mean, this is the problem with Urgot versus Olaf. If you're Olaf, you have to wait for Urgot to waste his E and pray it doesn't land on you. Otherwise, you attempt to go in, Urgot flips you into the tower, and then you just cry.
Trundle in a bit of a predicament here, does walk in a very, very troll way, as even though he's Trundle, we'll give him a pass for that. And as the dragon will get started up here, should be taken down by Dorado Gaming Gamma. There should be no way that Trundle's really allowed to get into this pit and take away this dragon, so that'll be pretty solid for Dorado to go ahead and beat up a dragon. It is going to be that Ocean Dragon, so we're not going to see an Ocean Soul this game. So Dorado Gaming Gamma probably feeling pretty good about their chances so far.
Yep, and it does appear that the next dragon is going to be the Hextech Dragon. So definitely going to be a good one to pick up for either team. Preferably, I know Dorado Gamma would really like to get that one Hextech Dragon on their side.
For sure, as that's going to be the route that does not come in there, as the Varus is playing exactly where he needs to, just playing the distance, as here comes Trundle. Gonna walk over his own control ward. They don't have any vision of him yet. They do have that ward in the bush, so they will see him if he walks up a little bit more. Azir playing on the correct pocket. Does have the Urgot right here in case he needs it, as here comes Trundle on the gank, as Nautilus with a great hook to the wall to save himself for now. Does have flash in as well, as he won't be able to, or won't need to use it rather, and will be out of there just fine. Another failed gank. They don't get any sums for their trouble. And they will end up crashing the wave, just not going to be doing a whole lot of work down in the bot lane.
Yep, but I do want to point out that I'm going to do a nice little caster cruise. Well, hang on, there might be a quick little engage under this tower here.
Could be, but I think they just want to go ahead and get some damage, try to poke them out of this lane as much as possible. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Something to note is that Varus is, in fact, not going the poke build. He does seem to be going that, more on-hit build with the lethal tempo. He's also gotten Zerker Greaves. Usually, if you are going a poke build, you get, I believe you get Ionian Boots. That would make the most sense for that ability haste. So we'll likely see him. I don't know exactly what you go with on-hit. First item, I feel like this will give us a little bit more of an idea. Maybe
really
he's
narrow it
going Bork first. Someone probably has a better idea. That one is now Volibear actually in a very bad spot. Tries to flash out, and First Blood will go over to Corki as Volibear escapes certain death. Now the ult is available. Fear Beyond Death could hit onto the Volibear, get himself a kill. That will not be the case. That Rift Herald is getting very low. Will he be able to get back in, try to find it? No. Blue side, Absolute will still be able to secure that objective. Now they all start running right on out of there. Urgot will go ahead and base with the Rift Herald and get to his, I believe he either bought Tiamat or the Giant's Belt, or he hasn't bought anything quite yet. But he's starting to march on back towards the top lane. And with the Rift Herald, you got to be feeling pretty good about, how much gold you're about to get with that one.
I definitely have to agree. And I do want to give mad props out to Rare Candy for using his flash to get out of the Baron Pit, because unfortunately Peaceful Player did use the Urgot ultimate, flinging it at Volibear, which, the flash helped him dodge it, so he was able to help avoid death, which also allowed Dorado Gaming Gamma to pick up the kill on the Trundle.
For sure. So now we'll see what this Urgot can do with the items he has purchased. It shouldn't be a whole lot even still. I mean, the issue that you're going to start running into is that Olaf is not snowballing the, the advantage that he actually has in this top lane, or the advantage that he should have, right? So the CS is fairly pretty similar. It's actually might as well be exactly the same. Olaf is going to have to teleport back to catch this wave and, keep the very minor CS lead that he actually has, whereas Nautilus going to look for a hook on Ascena, is going to hit, cancels that auto, but it doesn't matter, he does hit the root right after. Flash will finally be brought out from Senna, but is it too late? The flash into an auto attack is not enough. Thought that shield would be gone by then. Meanwhile, a skirmish in the jungle between Volibear and Trundle. Trundle pushing so far. Corky is coming to help. The Trundle might have bit off slightly more than he could chew. Olaf also running down as well. Who wins the 3v3? We will see. That's a slow from the Olaf. Now they're going to try to go in, but the Ragnarok will help him secure the kill onto the Trundle. Trundle was way too deep, but the fight's not over yet. The Olaf looks for the kill, finds it. Fear Beyond Death not allowed to be used. A triple kill for the top laner, and that's the snowball that we wanted to see from the Olaf of Dorado Gaming Gamma.
Yeah, Olaf doing a really good job there getting the triple kill, which is honestly a really good answer, because in fact Urgot had already popped the eye, summoning the Rift Herald and crashing into the tower, so Urgot had a bunch of gold, and now unfortunately Olaf getting that triple kill just kind of helps balance out the gold. I mean, we do see Dorado up about 2,000 gold because they do also have a dragon on their side, and speaking of which, we do have a dragon spawning in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, I was... Are we seeing? Oh, we get to see.
Oh, we get a replay.
Oh boy, we don't usually get these. Okay, I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, so as we do see, Trundle did aggro just a bit too much because then he gets pinched in between three people. The Olaf does pinch there, and unfortunately, Olaf, whenever he ults, he cannot be CC'd, which have pretty much made Azir's ultimate absolutely useless. Volibear was taken out of the fight, but unfortunately, whenever Olaf ults and he's level 9, he kind of hits his power spike and just shreds through the enemy team.
Yeah, and I was really worried for Dorado Gaming Gamma, for the top side anyway, if this Olaf was not going to be allowed to find, like, a lot of those kills. I think that was super necessary, because now he's coming back, he has that fully built Triforce, and he is not going to take any prisoners anymore. So he's wanting to just absolutely chase this Urgot down. You cannot fight this man anymore. No Fear Beyond Death available, as Olaf is looking for a solo bolo on the top lane. No flash available for the Urgot. The souls are just coming through. It's too much damage. Dobbin is going to take down the Urgot for a solo kill in the top lane.
Yeah, definitely want to say ABS is looking a bit sloppy at the moment whenever it comes to the top lane and the jungler at the moment, and Dorado Gaming seems to be capitalizing on this. I feel like this is kind of like what I said before you stole it from me about how Gamma's going to walk out, take game 1, and then Absolute's going to realize and go, wait a minute, guys, we actually need to focus up here.
Yeah, and that does seem exactly like what's happening in game 1. A big part of this is draft, as a lot of people are already saying right now. And I have to agree with that point as well. I do think that saving that R5 pick was huge. Now, I will say, not necessarily, because if Olaf doesn't get those 3 kills, how possible is that? I think he can still run down the Urgot in that situation, because Urgot had used his ultimate. I think that was a big part of it, and Olaf was also super overextended. So, but all of these are not necessarily just champion things. It's also just a lot of misplay right now coming from Absolute, which we haven't really seen from them before, as now Urgot once again pushing up, trying to find the plays, as in bot lane, the ultimate's going to come down right onto the Seraphine. Seraphine seems to be the target. The auto's going to come through, but Senna is allowed to do the DPS. If the W hits, that could be a kill. The flash from the Senna, trying to find the kill. There it is, but not before she gets taken down as well. I believe the kill might have gone over to, yep, there it is. The Varus is the one who ends up picking up that kill in the bot lane, as we will see the Senna trying to get something done, go ahead and push this wave out. Hasn't been farming too much, and does not have a lot of damage, doesn't have the greatest wave clear in the world, but either way, that's a 1-for-1 down in the bot lane.
Yeah, both of the ADCs traded for each other, as we will be seeing here in a moment, because we do see Trundle was a bit out of position, but luckily he was able to have Azir help him. As we just see, Seraphine does get her passive back up, so she gets the double ability, which really allows her to help land that stun onto the Varus. There it is.
Yeah, it's that flash, right? I mean, that flash it probably wasn't like 100% necessary. I didn't see if like the Q came in, but either way, it allows like just an extra moment of time. Maybe Senna can get the kill after that as well, but I think Seraphine getting the kill is slightly better, because that is who you're, wanting to do most of your damage in this bot lane. And yeah, this Seraphine is going to do crazy amounts of damage. I always, underestimate how much damage Seraphine truly does, but then you see it, and it kind of hurts your feelings every time it happens, so...
Yeah, I mean, Seraphine is pretty good at hurting people's feelings. In the meantime, we are going to be seeing Dorado Gaming Gamma getting ready to take the second Rift Herald. I mean, they are up about 2k gold, so they can freely take this. I don't see a world in which Absolute can test this.
They definitely can't. I mean, besides the fact that they're in no position to, I don't think they have the strength, considering how scary Olaf is at the moment with his build and his how ahead he actually is. Not only being 20 CS up, but those 4 kills are doing a lot of work. Absolute have a pretty big mountain to climb, and that mountain is named Dobbin.
Yeah, Dobbin is definitely quite the mountain to climb at the moment, and unfortunately, even though Urgot has 6 legs, he cannot climb that mountain alone. It's going to be very difficult for him, so he's going to need the help of his entire team if he wants any chance to take down this mountain.
Exchange of ults so far. The Encore was the second one to come out, but it doesn't save the Senna. Senna's going to go down. Will the Vars be able to step up? Does dodge away from that Q real quick. Arts and Crafts has to get out of here. Will the Q land? There it is. The Root's going to come in as well. The Pillar does stop the onslaught of Dorado Gaming Gamma. Tries to find the kill onto Carino, but it's just not going to land. Azir and Trundle under the tower going to try to stop this tower from going down. The wave clear is there, but the question is the poke, is the damage there from the other side? Ultimate is available for the Volibear. The Rift Herald is getting dropped. That should be enough to push them away from this objective.
Yep, and that is going to be the first turret destroyed at about 17 minutes in. Herald is going to be taken down almost instantly. Saw a word flash up out of nowhere, not 100% sure what it said. It said Shelly.
Yeah.
Alright, well, glad to see that Shelly went down. And it appears that Trundle might be chasing down Dorado Gaming here.
Does seem like a bit of an overcommitment, and Trundle is taken down as a result. Was so greedy there. Didn't realize that the Nautilus was waiting in the wings. Didn't respect the fact that he could be waiting right there. Here comes the Volibear. Is actually going to get rooted up. Senna wants to try to find the damage. Won't be able to do it, as now this dragon is going to be hit up. Probably taken down by Dorado Gaming Gamma unless there's a miracle steal. But without the jungler, that doesn't seem so likely, as Corki won't be able to really join, but he doesn't need to join his team necessarily, as that will be the root missing from Arts and Crafts, as Dorado Gaming Gamma are just absolutely slamming game number 1.
Yeah, Dorado Gaming Gamma is definitely looking like the better team here in game 1. Kind of like what I predicted. It is currently 9-1 with only about a 3.5k gold lead. But they do have 3 dragons, so it is currently soul point already, only 18 minutes into the game. So I guess I will ask you, Shogun, what does ABS need to do to get back in this match?
Cry and hope. But
so just what I do in all of my ranked matches.
Okay, so realistically, they do scale better, is the good news, is that Olaf does fall off at some point. The issue with that is that you have to make it to the point where you do scale. And if Gamma plays the game correctly, they should never really give absolute space to breathe. So it's really on Dorado Gaming Gamma to lose this game. Not even the idea of making a mistake, but Dorado Gaming Gamma, if they play the game too slow, they have a chance of losing it. If they play the game, too reckless, then they also have a pretty high chance of throwing as well. So you kind of have to ride that thin line between, playing smart but also playing aggressive to your limits and closing the game out there. And if you can't do that, it's you're going to allow Azir, you're going to allow Seraphine and Senna, all 3 of those to scale, and those are terrifying prospects. If Senna can, be able to get a lot of these items finished, yes, it is, technically quote-unquote support Senna, it's still going to be a lot of damage. Senna still scales like crazy, and that's also not taking into account the amount of damage that Azir is going to do. Now that he's finished that Luden's Echo, he's going to be doing crazy amounts of damage to, the Corki and the Varus once he also finishes, his Nashers, which might be his next item, but with that Magic Pen item, it might be something else, or he just bought it for just a quick bit of Magic Pen to get him through the earlier stages of the game. So we'll see what Azir actually ends up going for that second item. But either way, you really need to play safe for Absolute and don't let Dorado Gaming Gamma make those, super high tempo plays that are also, high chance of success for them.
Yeah, I do also want to point out that Dorado Gamma, they do have 2 characters with bounties on them, the Olaf and the Varus, so those are going to be the high priority targets for ABS. Varus is going to be kind of easy to run down if they can help separate him. I'm sure a nice Azir ult can help bring a nice cost to that, and then with a nice Urgot flip. Pinning this Olaf down is going to be a bit hard, because Olaf can just Ragnarok and go, yes, you see me now, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are super focused on the idea of oh, look at those bounties that we can collect on the enemy team. Look at that Varus that we can go ahead and kill. That one's definitely easy, as you said. Now the Olaf, it's oh, look at that 500 gold bounty, we could just cash that in. That's going to be incredibly hard to do, especially if you want to try to force that to happen. You kind of have to let that happen naturally. Like, don't focus on getting it immediately. You can get it later on. It's fine. Just don't get it to the point where, he's unbelievably far ahead from, continuing to kill you, continuing to build up that bounty. Might not be able to get collected at a certain point. So definitely want to focus on that scaling. Then, use those bounties to kind of push yourself over the edge towards being able to surpass Dorado Gaming Gamma. But of course, that is much easier said than done from the position that Absolute has found themselves in.
Yeah, especially being down almost 5,000 gold. Absolute is definitely looking at the bottom of the mountain going, all right, we have a big game to climb. We're at 21.5 minutes. This is going to be a tall order, but we're still not out of this yet, guys.
And definitely not. But something to keep in mind as well is that Corki is going to be scaling pretty well also. I mean, he's going to be backing now. I don't know exactly what he has. He's probably going to go ahead and buy a Tiamat. And that's going to be pretty good for these team fights. Now, they're trying to look for something in the mid lane. It's just, are they really allowed to do so? There's the ultimate from Seraphine. The Encore, the teleport is coming in. That's going to be a very low Nautilus. Nautilus does get taken down. They're trying to greed for the kills, but Dobbin is here, and he is about to kill everybody, but he's going to get shut down. Huge shutdown for the Azir. Corki's going to find himself a kill. It's an absolute decimation for the side. The Shrima Shuffle. Oh my goodness, Azir with the double kill. And it is an ace for the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma, but I mean, they collect two, or maybe it was just one of those big bounties. I don't think Corki quite had that yet, as we can take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, as we're going to see, we do see the Seraphine hit a nice two-man ult. Unfortunately, does barely miss the Volibear, but luckily Nautilus goes down, which was the big key factor. But then Olaf just came out of nowhere, popped his Ragnarok, tanked a lot of damage, but unfortunately the Corki ultimate coming in just really helped capitalize on Gamma's success here. And then Azir realized, he's like, well, I'm going to go out, I might as well take someone with me.
Yeah, I mean, he could have left. He could have easily, I think he could have lived there. I'm pretty sure, I mean, Volibear does have ult, so maybe there's a chance he doesn't live, but he can use, his ultimate to go ahead and, also play for some safety. I do like the idea of collecting a bit more gold, because what you just did there is, oh my goodness, they're starting Baron. Seems a little bit aggressive if you ask me, but I mean, they're playing off the power spikes they just got. Maybe if they play a little bit safer, they'll be able to live through this one. And here comes the Varus. Varus is going to be very late to this one, but if Dorado Gaming can stall for their ADC, all of a sudden this becomes playable. The Encore is going to hit one. Will it be enough, though? They managed to take down the Volibear, but Olaf is on the hunt, trying to find the damage, trying to find what he can. Dobbin is going to go down, though. Azir's just pumping out too much damage. It is a 1-4-2 so far. Dorado Gaming Gamma, will he be able to get back into this one is the question. It does not quite look like it. Azir wants to get in with another great Shrima Shuffle. It looks like the Nautilus will go down, but the Varus wants to go ahead and fire back. Nautilus is living, though. Maybe goes down to the burn here, but Varus is also on the hunt. So much damage coming through. The poke is just absolutely ridiculous. Look at the rockets from the Corki. The Senna, one more would do her in. Seraphine, sorry, now with all that fancy footwork. The Varus is pushing up, could be put in a bad situation. There's the blue ward there, the Q. Snipes does not quite kill, though, as now the Varus could go down. Corki wants to try to find those rockets. Rocket won't hit quite yet there. So much poke can come through. Senna is in such a predicament here, such a scary position. As now the Varus could go down. The Fear Beyond Death does hit! As here comes the ultimate. Will he go down? There it is. Gets yoinked back into the Urgot. A shutdown for him. 1k gold. His first kill of the game. Trying to claw their way back into this game is Absolute.
Yeah, one thing a lot of players tend to forget is that your stopwatch in your Zhonya's does not get rid of the Urgot ultimate. And as we do see the replay, here, you are going to see just kind of the downfall of Absolute Esports here, because unfortunately a lot of it is Corki just decimating with a lot of damage. I mean, sure, they do pull the Nautilus in, and the Nautilus is a bit too tanky, but look at the damage from the Varus and the Corki just synergizing so well together.
Yeah, for sure, and I think a big part of that is if the Azir is able to get a slightly better shuffle, is if he's able to hit either Corki or the Varus, I think that fight goes a lot better for them, but the fact that he only gets Nautilus, so everybody's just focusing on Nautilus instead of the two damage threats who are just freely doing damage in the backline, makes it so that you're not really going to win that fight, even if it is 4v3. It's still going to be extremely hard to come out on top there. But we will see what... Oh, Trundle might be in a very sticky situation. Does use that smite. Will be up to contest the Baron. Maybe if they knew the timer. Actually, it's only halfway up. They actually could go ahead and contest this Baron, but I don't think they want to go ahead and do something so risky. Oh, maybe they do. They go ahead and they start it. Feeling a little spicy. Could be the way back in for the side of Absolute, but that's going to be a hook. They're going to be able to finish the Baron. Baron goes out, but that's a 3 or 4 man encore. Oh my goodness. It goes into the backline. Senna is able to find one. Volibear trying to take down that Trundle. Trundle is down, as now the damage threats are all that remain, but it is going to be so much damage that they can go ahead and pump out. Will they be able to get in though? What a rocket from Corki. One shots that quarter health Senna, Seraphine, sorry. Senna is getting run down by the Volibear, as Azir is going to go ahead and put a tower up. Will they be able to do anything more? It does not look like it. Azir is not going to be able to stay here for too much longer. This tower will go down. Will they go ahead and get a real one is the question. Senna's going to be able to meet him back at the inhib tower at best, but that is just such another good fight for Dorado Gaming Gamma.
Yeah, Dorado Gaming Gamma definitely looking very clean after that fight. Now, one thing I do want to point out about ABS is Urgot kind of needs to be playing more as like a team member. I notice he's always going for these flanks, trying to like pick someone off and all that. Unfortunately, that's kind of your tank in this composition, because you see Urgot just playing out of position here. Dorado Gamma realizes they can just go in, they clear the dragon, and they're like, oh, Urgot ulted someone, now we can just turn on them. And unfortunately, that's the downfall, and as you watch ABS just get absolutely cleaned up by this Corki.
I mean, just how much damage is this Corki doing? It's going to be crazy to go back and look at the exact damage numbers. I mean, that one shot right there was just so satisfying to watch, and I imagine we'll be seeing a lot more of that from this Corki. You know, having that Infernal Soul. We were talking about good souls and bad souls for each team to have. I think Absolute really got the short end of the stick. Infernal Soul is exactly what Dorado Gaming Gamma want for their poke composition. It, increases their poke just that much more. And it could have been, Ocean Soul that goes over to Dorado Gaming Gamma or something like that, and still would have been good, but I think Infernal was just what the doctor ordered for the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma.
Yep, and we are going to be seeing all of ABS and Dorado Gamma trying to huddle up down here in the bot lane, trying to get more towers. And Dublin is currently just chilling up in the top lane, going to be getting the tier 2 tower, while everyone is just chilling in the bot lane, kind of looking at each other, poking each other out. And there goes the top tower.
Yep, as that's going to be a hook onto the Trundle. Here comes the Encore. Is going to hit the Corki, but is it enough? They have to punch through that Nautilus. What is that damage from Corki? What in the world? Here comes the Azir. He wants to go ahead and try to find it, but here comes so much damage from the Corki that we already saw. That should be game. I mean, they're just going to go ahead and clean it up. Go ahead and take this tower down here. Gonna go ahead and take the top inhib. Should be Dorado Gaming Gamma. Absolute Esports. Absolutely running it. That's right, Resurrect. I saw that comment. It's a good one, and I'm stealing it, baby. They're gonna go ahead and take down the Nexus towers next, and they should get the Nexus after that. Maybe going to fish for a little bit more kills. But nope, they're just gonna go ahead and take down that Nexus. Dorado Gaming Gamma take home game number 1.
Dorado Gaming Gamma doing a really good job capitalizing on ABS's unfortunate misplays there. And as we do see, DOGG has come back to join us once again. DOGG, what were your thoughts on that match?
Well, my biggest thoughts right now are give me the Gurf coin. I put 10 down on Dorado when I saw there was 23k out on Absolute, so I hedged my bets and it paid off well. I mean, we all did anticipate a Game 1 loss for Absolute. Whether the narratives that we envisioned of them getting back to focus and winning 3-1 from here on out happen, I can't say. I think that was a much more convincing win from Gamma than we thought it would be in game number 1. I mean, they dominated from start to finish. Yeah, it was wild. I think Rare Candy absolutely popped off. I think really set the tone of the match well around that Rift Herald, outplaying very confident, very measured and patient, saved the flash to the last possible second until the cavalry did arrive. Just very measured play all the way through from Gamma, and we sort of talked about it in the pregame that Gamma's scrim partner is Zeta, right? They have good practice, and a lot of the times it happened in VAS last night. You see these first seeds come in, in, and we don't have intergroup play here in VRS. So just because you're first seed coming out of Group A or what have you doesn't mean that you're necessarily hugely better than a fourth seed from another team, because there's no meter of comparison, right? There's no litmus test to see how these two teams do compare to each other. I will say, before I ask you guys to give me a final breakdown before we do send it to the break, that I did actually favor Absolute's draft, but I think something we neglect to discuss a lot when it comes to these gold plat level games, VAS, VRS level games, is you can have the theoretically better draft, but if your players are not comfortable on the champions, if it doesn't play to your players' strengths, that doesn't mean anything, because a team that is playing comfort is often going to execute better than a team with a theoretically better draft. But gentlemen, you've done a lot of talking. Real quick before we do send it to the break before Game 2, thoughts on adjustments or any big things you want to see changed up by Absolute going into it?
In terms of draft, I'm not like huge on what was done. I agree. I think it was mostly like, I think it boiled down to gameplay. At the end of the day, I think allowing Olaf to get 3 kills was really bad, and that boiled down to a lot of what this game was Trundle being in the most illegal spots you could possibly think of. And that's what happened when Olaf got the triple kill. That's what happened when he walked down river and just got caught out randomly in bot lane. That's what happened when I can imagine. I think there was another play towards like the middle of the game. I can't remember exactly what happened, but a lot of Trundle getting caught out, which ends up the entire game just getting snowballed out of control for Dorado Gaming Gamma.
Yeah, definitely so. Kongman, any final thoughts on Game 1 heading into Game 2?
Definitely one thing I want to say is that Peaceful Player, I do enjoy watching the Urgot flanks, but unfortunately he is playing it a lot like it is a solo queue match rather than a 5v5 match in this one. Kind of a lot like what Organism does in the
I was
Hidden
gonna
Go
say it. I
Players
was gonna say
on
it.
Paramount Plus.
No.
Yep, make sure you guys go watch Players out
No.
on Paramount Plus. Really good show, new episodes every Thursday. But
I
honestly,
hear it's
he's
the
playing a
best
lot
thing
like...
since Arcane,
Oh, it's
personally.
better than Arcane.
Oh, ooh, hot take.
But anyway, Peaceful Player,
Ooh.
you remember this is a team-based game. You are not in solo queue. We don't care how many subscribers you have. You need to play with your team.
Yeah.
Fair enough. You heard it here. Play with your team, clean up for comfort, and we'll see if that makes a difference in Game 2, the draft of which we'll be getting to on the other side of a short break. So go hit the bathroom, get your snacks. We'll be returning soon. We'll see you then.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to game number 2, the draft of game number 2 between Absolute Esports and Dorado Gaming Gamma on the blue side. Once again, Absolute Esports will be there, and on the red side, we have Dorado Gaming Gamma. Draft hasn't quite gotten underway, but what are you, Command, looking for these two teams to go ahead and switch up with their drafting?
If Absolute plays it smart here, you ban the Corki. That was definitely the big prevalent issue that Gamma brought to the table. Maybe ban Olaf, or maybe just don't pick Urgot if Peaceful Player is not going to be a team player.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. A Corki ban would make sense. I think you could be okay with taking Corki for yourself, maybe. I wouldn't be too opposed to, like, Ego letting Corki through the first rotation. They do want to go ahead and get rid of the Olaf. I don't think the Olaf was, like, that big of a problem, realistically, because I think the Olaf was pretty whatever. I think it was just, like, unfortunate circumstances that led to that, Olaf getting super fed, but the Volibear also getting taken off. The Leona, which is an interesting one to see taken away from Absolute, as Dorado just go ahead and get rid of that Tristana again, and we'll be banning something else. Wonder what they're going to get rid of. The Diana will be banned away, and Seraphine insta-locked in that B1, and they do, in fact, leave that Corki up.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting because we're probably going to see Gamma picking Ziggs, or at least floating Ziggs. I could see them just insta-locking Corki, giving them more time to decide what they would like for their second pick. Ziggs is decent as an ADC, because I know he's been played there quite a bit recently. They are actually going to be locking in Ziggs, so that is kind of like Seraphine, a good mid and ADC flex pick. And Gamma's actually looking to take Trundle away, which honestly, that kind of makes Absolute Esports go, well, we can't pick Urgot.
For sure, that Trundle being taken off the table is unfortunate, as we will see what they go ahead and get rid of over on the other side. I'm going to go ahead and pick for themselves, sorry, on the other side. Could pick themselves Corki here. Could be a decent idea. Go ahead and take it away from the other team, but they go ahead and take Nautilus instead. Maybe going to go ahead and flex that Seraphine up to the mid lane, or keep it as the APC in this situation. Corki would break that pretty immediately. They just go ahead and, lock in where that champion is going. But we'll see if that's exactly what Absolute want to do, or if they want to go ahead and pick jungle / top, as we get a Sejuani game.
Yes, sir. That's what we like to see. Big Sejuani advocator here.
Ew, gross. They picked Braum. Well, I don't think Absolute won this one, because Gamma decided they really want to win, so they want to go. Well, they went ahead and they just locked in Braum.
Yeah, because Braum is kind of funny against Sejuani ult, because Sejuani will try to throw her ult, Braum will throw the shield down and go, ha ha, always choose Braum.
Yep. Also, the Encore can get blocked by the Braum, which is pretty useful to have. Now, I will say, if Absolute do go ahead and just lock in, they slam in 2 more melee champions, it feels kind of bad to play Braum. The good news, though, is that you are correct. They do have those 2 ults to also get rid of. So, that's there's still going to be some, utility from that Braum, some really good utility. We'll see if Absolute do go ahead and pick a couple more range champions, though. But before that, Gamma want to go ahead and either blind their top lane here. They'll have to blind something, but I imagine it'll be, well, it looks like it's just going to be the top lane. They still could flex that back and forth, but I think it is more likely that Mordekaiser is going top lane to possibly deal with a Sejuani top.
And then Mordekaiser could be jungle. I mean, I know we haven't seen, Mordekaiser hasn't been that great in the jungle since, season, 9? Season 10? That weird meta.
Mordekaiser jungle was good recently. It was played a good bit.
Was it?
Yeah, it was a couple patches ago. I can't remember exactly when. I want to say it was pre-durability patch that people were doing it, but I could be wrong. Or maybe it was right after durability patch. All I know is that Mordekaiser was definitely played in competitive. I don't think it was played in pro, but I definitely saw it played a good bit, and people solo queue games and in competitive games.
Yep, and we are going to be watching Absolute lock in the Yone. That is probably going to be mid lane, which is going to be throwing Seraphine down into the ADC role, and we're going to be seeing Yorick.
Wait. What is
Yo.
that?
Infinite dodge, come back from the restroom. Your boy Yorick has been locked in.
But like, why? Why? What is that? No way, man. These drafts are like crazy. Now, like,
They're still
like,
floating. It's not locked in yet.
I can like, someone can defend this, and I could probably accept it being defended. But like, if Xayah gets locked in here, surely like that's
It got locked in. It got locked in.
So you're sending Ziggs mid, I guess, to deal with Yone, which is fine. You're pretty safe into that champion. Xayah Brahm's a good lane, but it's like, what do these comps do?
I even see Dodge in chat saying, "Wait,
Okay.
what, Yorick?"
I like Xayah because her ult makes it really difficult for the side of Absolute to play the game. I like Xayah on paper in like just a vacuum in which she has the perfect 4 teammates, or the perfect 4 champions on her side, and the 5 champions that were drafted against her. I think R5ing ADC is pretty weird. I think you could have gotten away with this. R4, you could have picked the Xayah. You already knew it was like Seraphine, Nautilus, Sejuani. They still probably pick Yone. Maybe they don't pick Yone and you pulled a fast one over on them. But I don't know. To me, I think there were other champions that, or a different order that you could have done this in. I do, however, think that because of how strong Xayah is, it still doesn't matter enough because of how weird Absolute's comp is, and I think picking Xayah into 4 melee is still pretty good. It's like, it's weird, but it's not bad, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm trying to pick up what you're throwing down a little bit. I'm still confused as to what these team compositions are going to do. So you're just going to have Yorick doing his own thing in the top lane against Mordekaiser. It's literally just going to be a matter of can Yorick's minion spawns handle Mordekaiser, and does this Mordekaiser actually know how to play against Yorick? Because we know Yorick is. When was the last time we've seen Yorick? Like just in general, outside of Dodge playing him.
I don't know. Like in comp, I feel like we've seen it recently.
Like in Victoris, in the pro scene,
I don't
like pro scene. I want to say like 10 years ago.
Never. He was definitely played like when he was first. He's a good split pushing champion, and I do like what Dodge is saying in chat, which is that you ask Peaceful to play, with the team, and he did the exact opposite. He picked Yorick, so he said, "No more team. I want to take every tower known to man."
He's gonna go give me hope. He'll give me hope breaker. Give me health regen. I win.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough game. In terms of like, I mean, he'll probably have TP, so there'll at least be that. So he'll be able to get into the fights, or leave them and go top lane.
Yeah, definitely gonna be interesting. Let me take a look at the jungle matchup. We have Sejuani, which is something that I've been hyping up for a while. Hopefully this is actually Sejuani jungle. I don't really see anyone else on Absolute that can go jungle.
It's important to note, and I don't know how this is just going right over my head. They picked Sejuani into a game where they had Trundle. Like, they picked Sejuani into Trundle. That's completely grief, right? Like Absolute, actually completely trolls their draft single-handedly by doing that.
Because there are 2 builds you can do with Sejuani. Her best version is tank build, which unfortunately Trundle goes, haha, a funny Trundle, you have no armor, you have no health now. And then you have AP Sejuani, which is all just a matter of, does my ult hit you and kill you on impact? Which is very bad to play because it scales at level 17 at max build. It's super late game and super troll, but it's not worth ever playing.
Yeah, I'd imagine not. I imagine it would.
If you're ARAM, play it. It's hilarious because it's funny to just throw your ult and watch a Xayah just poof out of existence. and then you see the question mark pings. But outside of that, it does nothing. So this Sejuani is just countered by this Trundle. She's gonna get invaded early. She's gonna die. She's gonna fall behind. Standard Sejuani thing's been playing against Trundle.
Yep.
Mid lane, Yone Ziggs. Yeah, Ziggs can play safe, but Yone might be able to all-in him, and then Ziggs can just W him away, so Ziggs just wins this lane. And then you look at the bot side. Sure, there's Seraphine, but you got Zaya, who's just broken as is, and Braum. Yeah,
Yeah.
Gamma's over here. Gamma has won the draft.
Oh, absolutely.
It's
I
gonna
don't
be
really
a
question.
miracle if Absolute brings us back.
Well, we'll see if today is that day for a miracle. But before we do, we are going to go ahead and throw it over to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to game number 2 of the series between Absolute Esports and Dorado Gaming Gamma. On the blue side, we have Absolute Esports, and on the red side, we have Dorado Gaming Gamma. Won't see a cheeky invade this time around. No Nautilus to be seen. Actually, there is a Nautilus to be seen, but this Nautilus is a kind of a pansy, so we won't be seeing that today.
I mean, it is also kind of hard being Nautilus, especially when there's the Trundle on the opposing team, because, you know, you might hook them in, and then all of a sudden Trundle will just eat someone with a lot of armor, i.e. Sejuani.
It's his ult that does that, right?
Isn't that, like, part of his passive as well? That he just...
I thought it was mostly just his ult that he steals a bunch of armor from somebody.
Yeah, his ult is he steals armor,
and
but he also, like... Yeah, I know his ult steals, like, a bunch, but then just passively he ignores a little bit.
Well, that's just awful.
Yeah, that's why, like, whenever I play Urgot in the jungle, people are always like, so who you banning? I don't care what you want me to ban. We ban Trundle.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Trundle is just every tank's bane of existence. I mean, like, Sejuani is just, like, obviously, like... I don't know how this Trundle was allowed to be this lucky. They were probably thinking, like, they're going to be so greedy and pick Sejuani here that it doesn't matter. We'll just, you know... Realistically, the Trundle should be a deterrent, and if it doesn't, you know, work out and doesn't, like, actually deter the enemy team from picking Sejuani, you just go, awesome. I got a free counter pick without actually having to counter pick anyone.
I definitely have to agree with you there, and I definitely have to say I'm looking forward to next patch because we're going to be having a nice Master Yi meta, because he is getting buffed.
Are both of those buffs going live? Because, like, they're not okay.
I believe they are. Honestly, like, my favorite buff is going to be the buff that Nico's getting.
But
if you've heard about that one.
But Master Yi... Now, I am excited to see more Master Yi in competitive play. I don't want to see that in my solo queue games. Is the issue. I don't want to have to deal with it. Dude, Zolo Bomber gonna go crazy. Cowsap Jr. gonna go crazy. Those, if you know, you know. They're just gonna...
Yes,
or I mean, it doesn't really matter because those guys usually have their champ banned. But, like, solo queue, we're looking good for those two.
Yep, and focusing a little bit more on the match, we are seeing Sejuani spotting out the Trundle. We are seeing a lot of the question mark pings coming down in the mid lane. Nice double stun there from the Seraphine, actually.
Yeah, as the E finally comes through, I was wondering why we didn't see the E just a little bit earlier to root the Nautilus. I feel like he would have died there. I imagine that Xayah used it a little too early then, as now Yorick is going to trap the Mordekaiser right there. That's going to be a flash away from the side of, I believe that was Ziggs, who was caught in a bad position. But he will be out of there. Wondering exactly what he was doing there. But either way, Ziggs is just fine for now.
Yep, and this is kind of what I was talking about how Yorick is just kind of throwing his minions at the Mordekaiser and using his nice little, I want to say it's called the Wall of Anguish. I haven't really seen Yorick in a hot minute. I know if DOGG was here, he'd be telling me, like, every nook and cranny about him, like me with Shyvana.
Yep, absolutely. As that's going to be... the Ziggs could get ganked here. They do want to try to look for it, but there's no way the Ziggs... Oh, wait, the flash there! The hook swings so wide, though! So now this could be a re-engage, but they're just not going to go for it. They're just going to allow themselves to, you know, thank their lucky stars that that play ends up going so wrong. 2 flashes burned for the price of 0, because Ziggs has already burned his flash earlier. So... Nautilus with the walk of shame back to bot lane, or just stay and try to make something happen again in the river. But I don't think he's going to be able to find anything. Maybe just gets rid of the ward, and that'll be enough for him.
Yep, so I took a quick look. I was way off about his W wall. It's just called Dark Procession, not Wall of Anguish. I believe that's a Karthus.
Maybe. That could make sense, as we will see. The Yorick go ahead and get pulled right on back in. Will be, you know, not taking a whole lot of damage. As now the Yone trying to look for a bit onto the Ziggs, getting to him about, you know, maybe a little under half, a little over quarter HP. As he will be forced to back, does have that teleport available should he need it, so he's not feeling too terrible about what just happened. That's just the nature of the matchup. So we see a pretty slow game so far, but as we saw last game, all it takes is a one not so great invade to completely turn the game on its head.
Yep, and we do see Sejuani currently floating the bot lane. She is going to get spotted out because for whatever reason, Sejuani did not take Sweeper. I mean, sure, she has the control wards, but honestly, like in this current meta with how much vision there is and everything, you definitely want to be taking Sweeper if you are the jungler, because it also helps you gank just a little bit easier, and it does look like APS might be getting Dragon here. But as I said, that we do see a lot of Dorado Gaming Gamma just arriving at the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case, as that dragon will be stolen away from Dorado Gaming Gamma. Are you kidding me? As here comes the fight. Xayah doing so much damage. First blood's going to go over to the Ziggs. Sejuani cannot get back into this fight. She will die. It's going to be another kill going over to the ADC of Dorado Gaming Gamma. Xayah's going to pick that one up. I believe Yone did get one as well for himself onto the Trundle, which is pretty solid. But I mean, Dragon and a 2-for-1, Dogg's going to be pretty happy with that.
Yep, so we are going to be watching the replay of the Yorick and Mordekaiser duking it out, just a nice little 1v1 battle. And then it cuts down here, and you see Trundle just perfectly time that smite, helping take it out. And then Sejuani has to immediately leave, and then she realizes, wait a minute, I probably could have stayed in there and used my W and my E to help capitalize on some of these people. I might have died for it, but hey, it might have helped turn the tide of this battle.
I don't think it turns the tide enough. I think leaving is probably the safest option, one of the best ones in that situation. I don't really fault him for making that call. So we'll see. Like, maybe you could like go back and VOD review it and be like, yeah, that was probably a little bit int. I could have done a little bit more work. But in the heat of the moment, I think that's probably the best decision there, as we will see what can the Yorick get done with the Maiden. Probably just gonna get the plate at best, maybe not even that. Sejuani could come in for a gank, but that is a solid push that the Yorick, that the Yorick has going for himself so far, and Sejuani not really going to be able to gank a pushing lane.
Yep, Sejuani just kind of floating mid to see what Yorick wanted to do, and maybe in case Yone got in a little bit of trouble because he is currently a level down on the Ziggs. I mean, Ziggs, as I said earlier, does just kind of win this lane. Ziggs is playing Arcane Comet, so of course he's going to be doing a lot of poke damage on this Yone. So Sejuani doing a good job just kind of hanging in the middle, waiting to see what would happen.
Yep, for sure. As I'm wondering if we're going to see any more action in this bot lane. There shouldn't really be anything to write home about for a bit, just because of how little damage they realistically have with this Nautilus Seraphine, compared to also the Xayah on the other side, the Braum having a set as well. The Braum also being able to get rid of a lot of the damage that Seraphine can do to begin with. Not gonna make it an easy time in the bot lane at all.
Yep, and as we do have the Ocean Dragon coming up in about 2 minutes and 20 seconds, things around the rift seem to be pretty calm. We do see Yorick soloing the Herald, and he is going to be taking Shelly up to the top lane with him with his Maiden. Trundle is going to be waiting for Mordekaiser and Yorick to get back into the lane positions, because we might see a gank happening here in the top lane.
Could very well see a gank happening. Trundle wants to go in for a peaceful player. Does have that flash available should he need it. Probably doesn't, though, as they will be able to take down the Maiden. 50 gold for the Trundle. Good chunk of change. Won't be too upset with how that goes for him there. That's going to be the ultimate missing from Sejuani, but the one from Yone does in fact hit. The flash has already been burned, as that will be the Ziggs going down in the mid lane. Trundle not nearly close enough to help with that after ganking top lane. So honestly, just a great play from Absolute to try to get something back to swing things their way once more.
Yep, definitely a good job from the Sejuani capitalizing with the ultimate there. It's a little unfortunate that Yone missed his ultimate, and yeah, Yorick just kind of walks out of this one. Sejuani is in the top lane. I don't think we're going to be seeing a kill on the Mordekaiser here.
No, could be seeing a kill on the other side, but that's not going to be the case either. With that flash going over the wall, Mordekaiser doesn't feel confident in flashing over himself. Might fail it, might just waste it. I think he could have gone for it there. Would have been a pretty sticky situation for the side of that Yorick, as now that's going to be the Trundle smiting away that Scuttle, making sure that Yone doesn't take that one away from him. As Nautilus waiting in the wings, trying to see if he can find a play onto this bot lane, but once again, highly doubt that we're going to see anything too crazy down there without the junglers.
Yep, and real quick, we're going to give a quick shout out to Fryer100 for subscribing with his Prime membership. Remember, guys, if you have Twitch Prime, you can sub to this channel for absolutely free, no extra charge, and it will help us very dearly increase productivity and, give us money.
For sure. Prime. Oh, hey,
Prime.
Also a shout out there from the production. Pretty solid stuff there, as we will see what this York can do. Maybe try to look for something. Highly doubt that anything's really going to come out of this, though. As now, okay, subliminal messaging showing up from the production here, as we'll see York maybe trying to find a kill onto this Mordekaiser with the help of that Sejuani. But while Sejuani is wasting time in the top lane, this dragon is free for pickings. Dorado Gaming Gamma easily going to be able to pick this one up, smite it away, as that will be them going and getting the second dragon of the game. Wonder what soul it is. It's the Hex Gates. The Hex Tech Dragon will be the one that's available for the rest of the game. We'll see if there. Well, that one was way too quick. Let's see what
I don't know what that one said.
As
maybe he will flash it back up for us.
Goodness. Look at that damage that Mordekaiser is pumping out so far. Maybe he'll be able to find the kill. The flash Q is able to get it. The isolated Q damage is enough. Dobbin, absolutely top kingdom in this series so far.
Yep, this is definitely the Doblin lane. Peaceful player, taking his name a little bit too seriously, being a bit too peaceful up there, and instead of being aggressive like you can be with Yorick. Because you definitely against the Mordekaiser, you have probably the better engage, because, I keep wanting to call it the Wall of Anguish. Your nice little circle that you have as Yorick. It just kind of makes Mordekaiser go, alright, I guess I'm stuck here now.
Yeah, but the issue there is that Mordekaiser still has his E, which is such a useful tool for either getting the Yorick away from him or bringing him closer and trying to find something there. So maybe we'll see what they can do over in the bot lane. Maybe Nautilus wants to go ahead and look for this, try to find a pull onto the Trundle. But that does not seem very likely, and so they're just going to go ahead and secure the Scuttle Crab, as Trundle and the rest of his team decides that it's just not worth fighting over. But the Rift Herald does get dropped in the top lane, as we will see Yorick try to crack this top lane open.
Yep, Yorick, the Rift Herald is going to get a nice charge, taking down 2.5 plates. Unfortunately, Yorick does not have a good follow-up because Mordekaiser was already back in lane fast enough. Yes, I know it is called Chili, but I'm calling it the Rift Herald because that is the official terminology for the
I feel like we've seen this one before, but the ultimate from Sejuani will miss, but it's just so much damage from Yone that it just does not matter. Tries to go back in, but does not have the reach, and instead it will just be another kill. The Ziggs getting absolutely bullied in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely. Earlier I said that I thought maybe Ziggs would just kind of help win the lane pretty easily against Yone because of his W, but unfortunately, Rose of She is doing a lot better this game as opposed to when he was on the Azir, and he's honestly this is honestly not how this matchup was going to go, I believe. Like, it's going in quite a different direction that I can't even put a sentence together.
Yeah, for sure. And something to keep in mind is just how well that the mid laner for Absolute has been playing. As now Mordekaiser wants to try to find this play, but with Sejuani and the Nautilus walking up, might be a little bit difficult. Is starting to run after them, though, with the Trundle coming in, could make it a little bit dicey. Will they be able to get anything done? Does not look like it. Really heads up play from Absolute to run away from this one, because they know that they are in some deep trouble if they stuck around any longer.
Yep, definitely have to agree with you there. We do see Trundle backing. Unfortunately, there's not going to be any real objectives coming up anytime soon. We do have the... I do believe that is the Hextech Dragon, not the Ocean Dragon, in the top left. Good old Riot client still not showing us the correct dragon that is spawning next in about 1 minute and 30 seconds.
We will see the Braum start to walk up, maybe find anything here. Maybe look for the stun as well. Knockup is going to go down right onto the Ziggs. Ziggs does have that flash available, but doesn't use it. Instead, uses that W to get himself away for now. Shield is going to go up from Braum. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, Xayah looking for the solo kill for herself. The Gale Force will secure it there. Solo kill in the bot lane, as now there's going to be the ultimate coming out from Braum, as they're going to use their abilities to go ahead and kite this one out. Doesn't look like Absolute is going to be able to follow them any further. as that's going to be a great play for Dorado Gaming Gamma to try to find them or escape the play from the mid lane and get their ADC ahead, or rather the ADC realistically just getting himself ahead.
Yep, Yorick is going to be taking down the River Scuttle, and Trundle is going to spot that out, and it appears Mordekaiser is just going to start swinging away at the Maiden, who wants to make sure Yorick is Maidenless for this next upcoming fight. I mean, come on, man. You don't take a Maiden away from someone.
I agree. It needs to calm down and just let the Maiden do its thing,
Yeah, the Maiden means no harm.
Exactly. As we will see what Dobbin can do. Just going to go ahead and clear this wave out. Stopping this Yorick from taking this tower is going to be absolutely huge for them.
Yes, Maidenless.
That's a pretty good one. That one's probably the best one so far. Maybe, I don't know. The subliminal messaging to subscribe with Twitch Prime was also pretty good. As we will see the third dragon coming up for the game here. Question is, which side will secure it? It doesn't look like Dorado Gaming Game is trying to be in a position to contest this one. It's a 3v4 so far, but Seraphine's coming in on the flank. The Rift Herald is being taken by Peaceful Player, but will Peaceful Player really be able to take this one down? Maiden is trying to 1v1 it, while Dobbin is 1v1ing Peaceful Player, but that will be Peaceful Player having to run away finally. Now is just a standoff. Yorick is backing, has the ability to teleport in, and that could be the difference maker. That is why the Absolute feels confident in going in. There's the teleport. They want to go ahead and just start this one up, but they started up maybe a little bit too fast, but now they're in. It's a 5v4. Getting so low, the Encore is going to come through. Will they be able to keep pumping out the damage? It does not look like it. Yone is going to find another kill here. Now, the Ziggs is on the run. Should be taken down here very shortly. There it is. Xayah in a very bad spot. Should just go down. The ultimate is going to come out, finds the root, but it's just not enough damage to find the kill. Mordekaiser is here, has no ultimate. Will he be able to do anything about this? It does not look like it. Could try to look for something, but it would just be absolutely detrimental to do so. Just goes ahead and backs off as Absolute take the first lead of the series.
Yep, Absolute is taking the first lead of the series and their first dragon of the series, and we are going to have a replay of this pick. We are going to be seeing the Yorick TP and then taking the Blast Cone over, and then the nice circle really helped pin everyone down, allowing the Seraphine Encore to just charm two beautiful people. And unfortunately, I do want to point out Sejuani just kind of left the fight and then was like, oh, wait a minute, we're winning. This is a fight I can come back into.
Yeah, absolutely. As players of Dorado Gaming Gamma blushing, don't know why, being called beautiful people, as we will see what exactly can be done around this Rift Herald. It looks like they want to go ahead and try to contest this. Dorado Gaming Gamma, even though they just lost that fight, it was a 4v5, so they feel pretty confident in their chances of still being able to pump out damage, being allowed to fight once they have 5 members strong. But Absolute doesn't seem to really care about any of that. Just want to go ahead and get right back onto this Rift Herald, not really backing off of this objective. Xayah being bot lane means that this is pretty okay for them to go for. Maybe Yone goes for the kill onto OG Kush. The ultimate is going to knock the Ziggs out of the air. So much damage coming through. The E will secure the kill onto Ziggs. Ziggs is down. Ziggs is 1-4-2, not having a great time in the mid lane at all.
Yeah, definitely have to agree, Ziggs. Yeah, as you stated, 1-4-2. This is not exactly how OG Crush thought that this would be going for him. And Rosa Shi is definitely feeling a lot better with his 5-1-2 record as opposed to the not so great record of last round.
Yeah, yep, that is very fair. I will say, even on the Azir, it was still pretty, Rozov was still doing really good. I think the Azir play was probably the best on Absolute. I don't think there was anyone else that was really doing super well. And I think this game has really just been the Yone show as well. I mean, you really look at who's been making all the plays. It's been Yone just absolutely decimating the Ziggs over and over and over again, snowballing that, and trying to, use that to the best of his ability to go ahead and, snowball the rest of the lanes as well, have that his lead bleed into the rest of the teams. And so far, that's been the case, right? They finally got their first dragon of the series. They've gotten themselves a nice lead, and they're going to get themselves yet another tower on top of all of that good stuff.
Yep, so that's going to be the first tower going down for ABS. Definitely really good on the mid tower, and we might see Shelly crash into the second one. Nope, unfortunately, Shelly is not going to be crashing into the tier 2 tower.
Yep, solid feather recall there. Goes ahead and hits the, or hits Shelly in the eye on the back there, which means that it's going to take so much damage. I don't know if you've mastered the smite, the Rift Herald as it passes by, to hit it right in the back so that it pretty much just gets one shot before it can crash into the tower. Hitting it is easier than I thought it was, not gonna lie.
Yes.
Or maybe I just got uber lucky the first time.
It is something that takes quite a bit of skill and knowledge about playing the jungle. I have successfully done it once, and it was in a tournament match, like right before, like I perfectly timed the smite and my auto attack, and to the point that my mid laner was yelling at me saying that I was scripting.
Oh. Oh, okay.
And I was like, I thank you for the compliment, but that was you know, all
I'm
skill,
just,
no
I'm
luck.
just too clean.
Yeah, all skill, no luck. What can I say, man? You just LFT Cogman 21, by the way. Go ahead and hire me.
Absolutely, as this tower is getting pressured out by the Mordekaiser. Funny enough that we're seeing the Mordekaiser going ahead and pressuring this tower, as the Yorick could be in some trouble, as there is the pillar. He's going to get pulled right on back in. Will they be able to take down this Yorick? Yes, they will. A shutdown goes over to the Trundle, so they should be able to go ahead and take down this tower very easily. There it goes. Will they be able to do anything else? Doesn't look like it. They're just going to go ahead and back on off, as Yone goes ahead and trades that tower for the bot lane tower.
Yep, it's a nice trade there, but unfortunately it is unfortunate that the Yorick did die. Unfortunately, if you're a lot like me and you are maidenless, you are kind of helpless and taught to defend for yourself, but unfortunately Yorick is not very good at defending by himself.
Yep, for sure, as we will see. The next objective that's up is Baron. I don't think we'll be seeing a fight around Baron. Actually, 15 seconds is the dragon fight, so, or dragon will be up, so I imagine we'll see a dragon fight very shortly. All 5 members, you gotta wonder if both teams think they're strong enough to contest this one. It does seem to be the case. York not electing to split push this one out. Does have that teleport, could have gone to a side lane, but with Mordekaiser already here, they want to just go ahead and 5v5. Here comes the encore. Hits about 4 members. So many people charmed up, but is it enough to take down Mordekaiser? Yes, it is. He has finally fallen. The knockup will land onto the Braum. Braum flashes away, but so much damage is coming through from the Xayah. Xayah is going to ult. There it is, but it's just too much damage from the Yone, who's going off on everybody else. Low health bars are not low enough. Xayah is running away for her life. She will be able to get out of there. The Baron is up and should be taken. The only ones left alive on Dorado Gaming Gamma are the bot lane, and it's just not enough to go and contest that. Look at this Yone 7, 1, and 2, absolutely crushing this game.
Yep, ABS is definitely looking a lot cleaner this game than they did in the first game. A little bit kind of like what we predicted back during the pre-show about how ABS is going to lose game 1 and then go, okay guys, let's start taking this a bit more seriously. And they have definitely cleaned up their act. They are winning 11-6, only up by about, well now 3,000 gold with the takedown of the Baron, and ABS now has their first Baron of the match.
Yeah, and something I need to mention in this fight is Mordekaiser has ult pretty much this entire time, but he was CC'd for a good bit of it, not allowed to really get that off. And then also on top of that, Trundle has his ult and never uses it, which is just really weird, was never really in a position to do it. And as you just saw, Yone goes in and just cleans everybody up.
I do want to point out, I like the idea of Xayah backing in through the choke, hoping to see if ABS would be a bit too greedy and run in, but unfortunately ABS was smart and was like, wait a minute, we see what you're doing, so Xayah never had a really good angle to capitalize on her ultimate.
Yeah, for sure. Was unlucky that they weren't really able to capitalize on those juicy ultimates, but, you know, that just shows that Absolute playing this game a lot better, playing these team fights a lot better. You know, you gotta wonder, Dorado Gaming Gamma had the Corki up. Makes you kind of scratch your head. Why'd you pick Ziggs first? I mean, I guess it was a flex pick that they could have used. Feel like they just fixed too much that wasn't broken at all. They drafted 5 completely different champions. Yes, 2 of them were banned before the Olaf and the Volibear, so maybe that's enough to go ahead and change up your entire composition. I just don't think it was necessary at all in this situation, considering how successful that Corki was in game number 1.
Yep, and it looks like we might be seeing a bit of a skirmish here near the top lane. Sejuani is going to get hit by Braum, but luckily Sejuani cannot be slowed. And it looks like they are kind of floating towards the tier 2 tower of mid lane. Ziggs doing his best to clear waves in the top lane.
Yep, doing a pretty solid job of that, but sees his nemesis, the Yone, walking on up. Does not want to be anywhere near that guy, and we'll go ahead and back off just a bit. Let Braum come and cover him. As Absolute want to go ahead and try to find a fight that'll just blow this game open, but they're going to be a little hard-pressed to do so while these towers are still standing.
Yep, and Yorick is doing a good job with his nice little circle to help fend off against the Mordekaiser. Doesn't know Trundle is hiding in the bush though, but Yorick is playing it safe. Trundle is looking to back here. Yep, Yorick just kind of walks away, so this is going to be a quick back for both the Trundle and the Yorick. No real interactions happening in the bot lane.
For sure, this will be the mid lane getting cleared out by the Xayah. Xayah just trying to scale up as much as possible. Barely up in CS on the Seraphine. And something to make a note of is the Ziggs CS this game. It is not a fun time to be Ziggs. Let me tell you.
Yeah, Ziggs is, as you can tell, chilling in the top lane, doing his best to gain as much CS as possible. Attempt to bring Ziggs back in the game. He is currently level 15, while he is level 13, while Yone is 15. And Ziggs is just doing all he can to farm, back, buy items, farm, back, buy items, and hopefully crawl his way back into this match.
As we'll see if they're able to go ahead and crawl their way back in, or if Absolute can just go ahead and put a stop to any of that. See the answer shortly, as we do see Braum pushing up a little bit. Could get caught out here. They go ahead and walk in. Oh, he is trying to walk into his own jungle. Hey, he sees the ward. A great ward from Braum. A great place to initially go ahead and drop that. Teleport will be used by York to just go ahead and go to the top lane. With the dragon coming up in 45 seconds, was a bit of a weird decision considering that they have the teleport available for the Ziggs. Now there is a 1v1 happening in the bot lane. Will the E be enough damage? Not quite. The Ignite ticking down. Will not quite kill Dobbin, but he is sweating having to deal with this absolute monster of a Yone.
Yeah, Yone is definitely hitting his power spike. I mean, you can already tell he is taking the Infinity Edge. He is building the big crit Yone that is so popular in this current meta. And Mordekaiser, unfortunately, you can't really do much against crit Yone. You just kind of have to stand there and take it and pray that your W will give you enough shield to let you just walk away.
For sure, as that's going to be a dive coming through onto Dobbin, trying to find the kill. I believe he has ulted him, maybe, or maybe he didn't. He does get away either way. Yone will be escaping there. No ultimate was available. He might have ulted a little bit sooner, but I'm pretty sure based on the timer there that he did ult in that little skirmish that we just saw. Dragon is being easily taken by the side of Absolute. One more and they will have Soul with 4 total Hex Tech Dragons, and that's not going to be fun to deal with at all. I mean, I believe it's like 6 ability haste and like 6% attack speed on both of them. It's ridiculous having what is that, 24 of both. So not fun for anybody, especially with the Yone, who only gets stronger with attack speed. That's finally Dobbin going to be going down in the bot lane, as they will be able to blow that lane wide open. Go ahead and take that tower. Dobbin was surviving 2 failed attempts on his life, and then nobody comes down to hover him, which I think is just absolutely criminal.
Yep, definitely have to agree with you there. And going back to the Mordekaiser ultimate, the best way to tell if a Mordekaiser ult, since we don't get the cool spectator visual, is all these nice little crystal lanterns. They will change colors whenever the Mordekaiser ults, to give us an idea of whether or not Mordekaiser is ulted or not. And unfortunately it did end early because Yone flashing back with his ability pulls him out of the Mordekaiser ult, so Mordekaiser ult just goes, whoop, that's kind of weird. And speaking of weird, we are going to be seeing a quick game pause.
Woo! We love seeing pauses here. Absolutely. Wonder what we'll see. Oh, you've done this to me. I was in the darkness. I was not ready.
I was in my relaxed casting position.
I was in darkness, hiding from the light. But, light is back here. All right, there as a... Yeah, so far, absolutely destroying game number 2. A huge turnaround. It was exactly like both of us said. in the pre-game talk there. You got to wonder where Dorado Gaming went wrong. And I think, as we can see, the draft here right in front of us really starts with the Ziggs first pick. I do not think it was strong enough to go ahead and pick the Ziggs R1. Of course, hindsight is 2020, but I want to know what you think about that.
Well, before I touch on that, I do want to point out in chat, no text asking why are we giving the Seraphine, and Dorado even coming out and saying themselves, she ain't really the problem. Dorado themselves are saying Seraphine is not a problem, despite I think what a lot of other people would say. And I have received word that apparently the pause is because one of the junglers is lagging.
Classic lag. But
I'm gonna guess it's the Trundle.
I don't know. I could see it being the other side. I don't think it's like super important either way, as long as it obviously gets resolved. But
Yes.
as we can see from Absolute, it is a big part of those encores. They've done so much for these team fights, but then you also layer on top of that the Yone ultimates, and Yone absolutely crushing mid lane, being able to bring that to the rest of his team, which we've touched on a little bit before that, is realistically the game changer. The Seraphine Nautilus are not a problem, as getting word that the game is back, hopping right back in, I can go back to my nice darkness.
Yep, and one thing that I want to point out that is something that I have hyped up every time I see a Mordekaiser or any super stun-heavy team composition is that ABS is doing the smart thing, and 3 of their 5 members have bought Quicksilver Sashes. Now, for those of you who don't know what Quicksilver Sash is, because you all are peasants and do not buy the best item in the game, if Mordekaiser ults you, you just press it and go, nope, no ult. Middle finger to Mordekaiser, we're just better.
Right, and I think, some of the most... Realistically, everyone that needs to buy one has bought one. The Seraphine has a stopwatch. I imagine that goes right into the Zhonya's instead. So, you just Zhonya's, buy yourself some time. What you need to be able to do, I think, the smarter option is either try to survive at least a little bit while in it. And if you can survive for the first, 3 seconds, you want to make sure that Mordekaiser is wasting his spells so that his W starts proccing, and then Zhonya's immediately, and then start out playing it. But I think Zhonya's immediately just allows him to queue up all his spells on you. So going ahead and trying to survive at least for a little bit, then Zhonya's. I've had teammates who just immediately Zhonya's, and then they can't survive after that because, of course, Mordekaiser is just going to use everything on that, or you come out, you're super low, and Mordekaiser will just finish you off after. So there is that. We'll see. If Mordekaiser is even allowed to do any of that, or if he just, keeps ulting the Nautilus instead, who doesn't have a real chance of escaping that, but I think that would be a little bit troll. But those are the only 2 good prospects to go for here, right?
Yep, definitely one of the big prospects to go for, I do believe. And we do see Yorick split pushing with his Maiden in the bot lane, doing what Yorick does best. He does have the Hullbreaker like I was talking about, so of course he does not want to play with his team. Even though that's kind of what I told him to do last game, but ABS is doing a lot better with Peaceful Player not attempting to play with this team.
Absolutely. He doesn't really have to, though. But when he does, I feel like the enemy team will just get absolutely demolished. Here they come. The Encore will not hit anybody. That is a huge spell down. Will they be able to punish it is the question. They have to start running away, you'd have to imagine. That will be the Maiden not quite going down. Here comes Yone on to Rare Candy. Will he be able to take him down? The ultimate comes through from the Yone. He goes all the way back. Is very low. Gets a massive shield. Will live just for now. The Xayah is trying to just absolutely run through. The Trundle is backing, or at least he was. Now wants to try to get back in there. That is the Baron started up because they thought the jungler was leaving. Mordekaiser on the bot side of the map trying to fight back. Can't really do it. Has the ultimate available, but he realizes he can't use it because there's a QSS on the Yorick who's just gonna 1v1 him easily with that Maiden. The E hits and everybody jumps in. That will be the Baron going down. The flash from Rare Candy is just not enough. They're gonna try to fight this one out, but the Encore's already back up, and that's why you have the 3 Hextech Dragons. It means that you can just keep on popping off all those ultimates. Yorick in the bot lane, already taking down the inhibitor, should be able to take down the game. Teleports coming through. That'll be an easy GG for Absolute Esports in game number 2.
Yep, Absolute Esports doing a really good job cleaning up the fight. They're just going to be walking past all of these turrets to try and help Arts and Crafts and Peaceful Player take down the last of this inhibitor. Or not the, sorry, the Nexus towers. The Nexus is going to be falling here. No one on Dorado is going to respawn in time, and that's going to be game 2 going over to ABS. And it's going to be tied up 1-1.
Yeah, and I mean, a dominating game from the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma, followed up immediately by a dominating performance from Absolute Esports. Dodge, got anything? Welcome back, first of all. You got anything you want to say about that game?
Why are we first picking Ziggs? Like, I'm a Ziggs mid player, right? Like, I believe in the strength of the pick, but, like, is it that critical that you first pick it?
No.
I don't
Nah.
get that. And it had as about a rough as a laning phase as you would expect an immobile control mage to have into the Yone, who can just roll over it in due course. I mean, to get away from the draft, I think this is just a little bit of what we expected in the pre-series rundown, right? Team Ambition, rather, Absolute Esports here on the blue side coming in Game 2 and saying, all right, boys, Game 1 was a fluke. Let's focus up. Let's play like the first seed of the playoffs that we are. And I think we saw the adjustments that we all expected all along. Now it's up to Dorado to dig in that back pocket and find something else. And I think getting rid of the Seraphine might be a decent place to start. Oh boy. Okay, we thought OBS crashed, but never mind. We're fine. We're still on the air. You can't take down a good Victoris stream, just as you can't take down Absolute Esports just because you win a Game 1 off of them, boys. Any final words on the series thus far going into Game 3 and what you guys want to see just very briefly from the side of Dorado Gaming going into Game 3, starting with you, Kongman?
Yeah, first I want to start off by saying, Shogun, I hate that you inflated the market for the Gurf coins. Because I would have profited so many points if you didn't dunk 3,000 into it.
I didn't dunk 3,000. You dunked, I think it was like all your points was like 1,500, and I dumped enough to where I bid slightly more than you did, essentially doubling the market. And
But reducing the profit.
Yeah. I was always trying to reduce your profits. I didn't think Absolute would win that, and then they did. So I'm like, I'm chilling. I got like a 2.5K because after I inflated the market, then someone inflated the Dorado side of the market. So like now, like
I evened it up to 50-50 because I wanted my payout. But
this
boys,
man predicts
we're talking about
ABS winning
inflation.
3-1, and he's like, nah, ABS ain't gonna win that.
We're talking about inflation. We're talking about market manipulation. This is not a financial stream. This is a Victoris stream. I love my Gurf coin too, but
this is a financial stream. You gotta know how to spend your gold, when to spend it, pay the QSS tax.
I've inflated the market by saying, oh, this draft is like so bad the other team's gonna win, and then I bet on the bad draft anyway, and then I made a ton of money.
What are you, a crypto grifter manipulating the market for a payout?
It was free.
Yo, you want to buy some NFTs? I got Primal Rage Monkey.
Oh my goodness gracious. But I think if that's the extent of the conversations we're going to have on the desk here, we can go ahead and throw it to a quick break ahead of Game 3. Give our wonderful casters a break from calling these stomps. Let's hope for more of a back and forth affair in Game number 3. It will decide the momentum and give match point to one of these teams on the other side of a quick one. So stay right where you are. We will return. All right, guys, here we are back on the desk in this semifinal matchup ahead of Game 3 between Absolute Esports and Dorado Gaming Gamma. I am once again your host, Infinite Dodge, joined by DOGG Lord of Victoris. I'm sorry, Doge Lord of Victoris and Twitch Prime Man. The same guys I'm with every week. Doge and Dodge now. We got a little synergy going now. Doge. Besides coins to the moon, what do you want to see here in game number 3?
That's all I want to see. I don't care. I want to see Gangplank, and I want him to like get. I don't care about anything. Just getting silver serpents all day, baby. On the other side, Mundo. Corporate Mundo. That's all that needs to happen. Maybe you can throw him in the jungle if you have any other ideas for the top lane. I think. There's some solid stuff there. Maybe getting Nasus in the top lane as well, getting them fat stacks up there. Speaking of stacks, we can go ahead. Vigar in the mid lane. Just go ahead and
line goes up, baby. That's all we want.
Exactly.
5 line go
up.
You
need Pike to help you because he'll give you some gold.
Absolutely. True. Yeah, he'll like double the market. We love to see a saturated, inflated market in this household. Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. Twitch Prime Man, I guess we're beyond discussing the draft adjustments. I think we've talked them to death in the actual games themselves. So why don't you tell me, what are you hoping to see from the chat here going into Game 3? I think I have an idea.
Listen, what I'm hoping to see from the chat and even the players, like if the players want to win, you got to use your Twitch Prime. Use your Twitch Prime here on Victoris GG. Make sure you guys go to Twitch. If you guys are watching this on YouTube, make sure you go to twitch.tv/VictorisGG and make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you have Twitch Prime, you can sub once a month for free every day to your favorite streamer, which is going to be us, and will really help us benefit, giving us money, better quality, and help pay the casters even more so we can give you even better content like these amazing people that we are.
Yeah.
That
money definitely goes to us and you guys sub. So if you like us, and I've seen a lot of fans in the chat here tonight talking about our banter, if you want more Twitch Prime Man, I guess it is now, instead of Kongman, but if you want me to abuse that guy all the way on the right some more and instigate him about Shyvana and Sejuani some more and point out how they lost, they choked, they were both drafted by the number one seeded team, the undefeated team in VAS playoffs last night and choked, give me $5.
You know what's funny though? Sejuani did just win though from the number 1 seed.
You know what? True.
Shyvana though, they'll just play this game.
Maybe so. I would like to see redemption for Shyvana. I think Shyvana's busted right now to get back on more. It's bussin', Doge Lord. It's the no cap for real. That Shyvana, sheesh. But
I hate it here.
I tried to get the train back on the tracks, but it just keeps getting derailed. We're having a bad time here. But yeah.
Oh, there's the tombstone coming in.
Oh, jeez, Louise, not again.
Who's it gonna hit this time?
Oh, it's my turn.
Oh, it's Dodge's turn.
It's my turn to be deceased. That's fine. You know who can be deceased but still accomplish things?
Karthus.
You know what? That's a good one. I was gonna say Scion, but you know what? Karthus works too. Maybe those are some exciting picks we can see in Game 3 here as we've lost our collective minds on the analyst desks. What would be like? Let's just go like full int comp for one of these teams, right? Like, let's shake it up. Let's get Kog'Maw. Let's get Karthus. Let's get Scion. Anything else? Anything else that likes to die?
Yasuo.
Yasuo, 10 power spike. Now you're thinking with portals. As we will see if any of these horrible ideas are heeded by our teams in game number 3. One of these teams is about to move on to match point, guys. Have a great draft. I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Dodge, for throwing it over. Draft is already well underway, as we said before. It is a side swap here with the Dorado Gaming Gamma on the blue side, Absolute Esports on the red side. Maybe we'll see a different B1 come out. Maybe not a Ziggs B1. That would be pretty cool. Seraphine getting banned away. Yes! Yeah! Woo! Woo! Run! Stun, job done, baby. Let's go! Let's go! Ooh, it's just time to go monkey mode, which, fun fact, is not a form that he has. So we'll just say it's time to go bear mode all day.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to bear down for this scenario.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to tiger stance for this one, my guy.
You know, you got a pretty hard shield for a turtle.
Yeah, absolutely. Phoenix.
Phoenix Rising.
yeah. Shout out to them, as we will see Zeri locked in with Yumi. Oh wow, we are playing some no skill champs today, baby.
What do you mean? Yubi takes the most skill. Let's be honest.
Yeah, true. Especially, you know, playing a lot of Yumi to get Grandmaster. Yeah, it takes a lot of skill.
No, sorry, I see our producer preparing something just for you, Mr. Shogun. And I'm sure you will enjoy it.
I hope it's an Udyr hat, as we will see the Varus and the Leona locked in for the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma. A lot of lockdown potential so far, which is what they're gonna need. Yeah, it's me, Udyr.
So I get Yubi, right? Because I'm a Yubi gamer.
Yeah, sure. Just
give me that Yumi. That's what I like to see.
Oh,
we're both Udyr.
Udyr.
Alright, and as we wait for Absolute Esports' third pick to come through, they are actually going to be locking in the Fiora for the top lane. Maybe the jungle, as I've joked about before in the past about Fiora jungle, because Blue Smite does trigger her passive. Funny interaction, I doubt it will be the jungle, because Absolute Esports is not going to troll like that.
Now, hold on a second. Maybe there is an angle for Fiora jungle in this game. Mainly because then we have Rare Candy run in and just murder the Fiora on repeat. That would be pretty hype. I need to see some Udyr gameplay, as we will see that Yone get taken away. I don't blame them, as...
Alright, I'm back with Udyr again.
Yes, hello, my name is Udyr. Hey, it's me, the guy from League of Legends. It's me. As we do have Yone getting banned away. I don't blame them after what Rose of She ended up just absolutely popping off. Thank you for having me there. That was a pretty good play there. Irelia also getting banned away, another champion that they just really do not want to deal with. As we will see, Lilia also banned away from the other side, maybe setting up something like the Wukong to be picked up, something with a lot of AD heavy comp maybe here. As we'll see what they end up locking in, or something that just wants to stack a bunch of armor, something like that. Yeah. You got what? You got a problem? You got something to say, or like what's up?
No, I'm just more jealous that I don't get my Yumi overlay.
Or that's tough.
Yeah, apparently. So Udyr, how do you feel about this Poppy pick?
Well, Poppy doesn't counter me, Udyr, the blind monk. I just run in, I stun her. She can't possibly do anything to me. She tries to ult me. I do and she can't touch me.
Well, that's very scary.
Thank you. As we will have Corky being hovered, my guy. I'm gonna dap him up in just a second. Can't wait to be on the rift with my homie Corky. It's gonna be pretty good stuff. Malphite also being locked in for some pretty solid primary engage. You know, having that's gonna be very useful for this game. So that I can follow up very easily and just go, stun. It's gonna be a fun time.
Alright, well, unfortunately, Udyr had to check out for a quick moment. Shogun is glad to see that you have returned. Udyr was starting to scare me a little bit.
I think he possessed me. I was in my own body, but I couldn't speak. It was terrifying. And that's, honestly, okay, Silas is a great answer here to Udyr, specifically.
Yeah, I actually really enjoy seeing Silas. You know, Silas is really good for... for Yumi to latch on to. I mean, let me tell you, it feels pretty great to bat around the bodies.
Yeah, for sure. Also, like, actually, Silas being able to steal away Malphite ult, realistically, 3 solid ults, Varus ult, Leona ult, Malphite ult, all great options. What do you think? Which one do you think is the scariest one for Silas to be able to grab?
Honestly, like if I had to decide, I think like Varus would be pretty good because you can just like lock someone down. It'd be funny to watch Silas use Corki ult and fly over everybody, and then he can just slam them from behind. Or he could copy Udyr, who was in the booth earlier, but Udyr's scared of cats and whatnot, and so he could just kind of run in and stun lock more people.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely agree with that. Would be pretty solid to see. I am curious about how the top lane is going to go with Fiora against Malphite. Fiora does really well into tanks. Do you think there's any chance that the Malphite's going to be able to take this Fiora down?
I definitely want to say that it will be very interesting. Okay, if Fiora punishes Malphite early game, Malphite can never come back. If Malphite plays super safe, freezes the wave at his tower, Fiora cannot capitalize, and then once Malphite hits 6, Fiora just kind of goes, well, that's it for me.
Yep, for sure. Really excited to see what these two teams have in store for us. Specifically, Udyr and Yuumi. Can't wait to see those two on the Rift. But before we see which one comes out on top, we are going to go ahead and throw it to a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to game number 3 of the series between Dorado Gaming Gamma and Absolute Esports. On the blue side, we have Dorado Gaming Gamma, and on the red side, we have Absolute Esports, switching it up for game number 3 here.
Yep, Absolute is going to be on the right side, which is probably going to mess with me for the first few minutes because we've had Dorado on the right for 2 games in a row. But now it's going to be interesting to see just how everything is going to play out. I know we didn't really have a good time to talk about certain matchups. So Udyr versus Poppy. Since you are the Udyr expert, Mr. Shogun, how would you like to break down this Udyr Poppy matchup?
So Udyr is gonna run at people, and he's gonna stun them, and then he's gonna run away. And Poppy is gonna have a rough time. Like she has an okay time clearing a jungle. Udyr has easy peasy time clearing a jungle, and he'll just run in. As long as he has like solid wave states for his solo lanes or his bot lane, depending on like which side of the map he wants to go in on, he can counter jungle pretty easily. It's really hard to punish Udyr, and that's what I'm looking to see happen from this Udyr. In team fights, it's going to his job is actually 10 times easier because usually you're like, well, Udyr being primary engage, like, well, it's not impossible to deal with, but it's really hard because obviously just running at people is a lot harder than flying at them at Mach 10, like a Malphite. So having that ability, someone who can fly in at Mach 10 and then being able to follow up there makes everything just that much easier.
Yeah, because we do remember, I believe it was last season with Turbo Chemtech on Udyr that made him just zoom across the map.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the Mach 10 Udyr.
Yeah, and it's not quite as strong there, but it's just like a lot of high tier players enjoy the champion just because of how hard it is to punish him, how tanky he can get. I feel like that's what we're going to be looking at shortly here. So the level 2 will be hit first by Varus and Leona. Of course, no one's too surprised about that one. I doubt even, Zera Yumi are that surprised, but that's kind of the name of the game for them, is just chilling under tower and trying not to take as much poke as possible.
Yeah, I do want to point out Zeri is already about a wave behind in CS, so this is not a good position for the Zeri Yumi. Unfortunately, the second wave is coming in. Varus is not going to be able to do much with the wave on this side.
So we will see what this Fiora can do. So that's going to be a nice parry. Try to look for a little bit more. Don't think it's going to come in right there. Maybe we could see the Sylas go in, try to get a little bit of damage. That's going to be Corki getting a little lower than he probably wants to be. Meanwhile, in the top lane, will the Malphite be able to get one over on this Fiora? Likely not for a while. Just trying to kill as much as possible. Here comes Poppy for that gank, though. The E to stop them from dashing away. No one's really going to be able to dash away anyway. Also using it for a little bit of movement speed, but doesn't even blow a flash on either side. Mainly just fighting for a little bit of damage. Make it hard for the Varus and Leona to play up a little bit, but they should still be just fine.
Yep, I do want to point out that Udyr did a full clear. He is now level 4, and he is currently racing back to the top scuttle because he did see Poppy in the bot lane, obviously going back up to take the bottom scuttle.
So we will see the Malphite is getting bullied a little bit by this Fiora, making it fairly hard for that to happen. As we will see we saw the Zeri just go ahead and E all the way back, making sure that she's going to be just fine to recall. Not going to be a whole lot of action during this early stage of the game. The only thing that maybe you could see is Udyr trying to find a gank. I mean, Poppy was looking for something in the bot lane, but there's just not a lot of gank set up from Zeri Yumi. So I think if you are going to see any ganks, they're going to be more successful, at least for Absolute in the top or mid lanes.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out is that on this first back for the Zeri did buy the Vampiric Scepter, so we do believe she is going to be building Shield Bow, because luckily there's not really any tanks, I guess, besides Malphite that ABS has to worry about. Speaking of Malphite, Malphite's going to go down to the Fiora, and here comes Udyr.
Yeah, Udyr's going to be able to pick that one up very easily. A 1-for-1 trade. Rare Candy ends up getting the other one there, but, Peaceful Player being able to find that first kill is way more useful.
Yep, but continuing back to the bot lane, I do want to point out that Yumi has purchased Dark Seal for its first back. So the Yumi is going to start scaling with the assist that she's going to be getting off of Zeri, and it's going to be very interesting watching this Yumi start to spiral a little bit out of control if this Udyr cannot visit the bot lane and keep that in check.
Absolutely, as we will see. Fiora just slide on in there, try to get a little bit more damage down. Not going to be a whole lot to do there, as Leona's going to just walk on into the mid lane. Maybe go for that there. Yeah, will be just fine to do that. And start walking on out. Meanwhile, Varus wants to try to walk up, get something done. Shouldn't be able to get too much there, as he'll likely have to just step on back away from this Zeri Yumi until his support comes on back.
Yep, and unfortunately, Dopplet is having to play a bit more passive than he's had to play this entire series so far, because Peaceful Player is for once not being peaceful and actually telling Doblin, okay, look, this is my lane, I am playing the better character. I know you're about to hit 6, so I have to respect it, but here's some more damage.
As the Malphite wants to try to find a play onto the Fiora. Fiora does have that W available, makes it very hard for Malphite to get a solid ultimate off if the reaction speed is there from the Fiora. And that's, you know, the big question there, as Leona's going to hit that E right onto the Zeri. Zeri does have that E available as well to get over that wall and will be just fine. Poppy's come down as well. Makes them not really want to take this fight. I do think they win that one. Poppy's going to get stunned up. Could be a bit of trouble. E not yet available. Could get stunned by the Udyr, but he doesn't want to go ahead and try to find that one. Corki could have walked down. I feel like maybe even if Silas joins it, the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma will win that one, but they just don't want to risk it.
Yep, Corki did start to float down a little bit, so this dragon is going to be uncontested by both teams. Dorado Gaming is slowly shifting up, making sure no one is actually on the dragon, not aware that there is currently a control ward. As
here comes Poppy looking for another gank. That's going to be the E in. Could be very greedy, but that's going to be the E out from the Zeri, as now they're going to have to run for the hills. The E will not quite land into the wall. That will be the cleanse used already. Another cleanse burned from the Zeri, trying to find it. There it is. Stun under the tower. Ignite will start ticking. Arts and Crafts trying to do what he can to find his way out of this one. Easily able to do so, and that will be a nice kill for the Zeri down the bot lane. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we will see the Fiora try to fight for her life. Will she be able to get out is the question. Stun's going to come through. There it is. Stun will drop as Fiora will go down to the Malphite, making plays on the top side for the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma.
Yep, definitely have to say that was a very good job for the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma to capitalize on that. Unfortunately, you know, very interesting trade coming out either way.
As that will be the red buff picked up for the Udyr here. The question is, will they be able to get anything more for that? Rift Herald is up, but not going to be contested. As Corki and Silas just kind of chilling in the mid lane, farming up as best they can. And I'm pretty sure Corki wins out on the farming game. I think he scales a good bit better than Silas. Silas prefers to try to snowball his early mid-game advantages.
Yep, definitely have to agree with you there, and it does appear that ABS is going to be taking this first dragon. It is only an Ocean Dragon, so we will not be seeing Ocean Soul this game. Ocean Soul would have been really good for Dorado Gaming Gamma, so it is really good to not... I know ABS is going to breathe a sigh of relief that it is not Ocean Soul.
I think they'll also breathe the sigh of relief that it's not, actually, hold on just a second, as that's going to be a great stun into the wall. OG Kush running away. Leona's ult will swing wide, unfortunately. But as I was saying, I think having that Infernal Dragon again would be very scary, or Infernal Soul. Hold on just a second, as the, they don't want to give up on this play. Udyr in a bad situation, can't hit the Blast Cone, is alive for now, but that's going to finally be the kill going through. The Silas finds it, had that Corki ultimate himself, and uses it to find the kill. Yumi going to help get those heals down. Corki is alive, Udyr is gone. Will they be able to do anything about this Rift Herald? Most likely not. Malphite is alive as well, but they might want to try to find something on the top half of this map. Fiora is running up. Will she be able to do anything? So far, it looks like the answer is no, as the Rift Herald instead will just be the target.
Yep, Poppy and Yumi are going to be taking down that tower. Zeri is just kind of vibing in the bot lane by herself. She is slowly walking up to potentially maybe look for a play in the mid lane, as we see on the minimap. And unfortunately, Fiora is starting to get a little bit run down here.
Yep. Could be the case, as Rift Herald does get contested as well. Yuumi on the Poppy trying to run after them. Zeri is here as well. Varus is nowhere to be found, though, which makes this a little bit of a scary prospect for Dorado Gaming Gamma. They should know that, actually. They should know exactly where the Varus is. He was on some minions. As now Zeri will go ahead and just head back towards that bot lane, catch that wave. Doesn't want to miss too much of that experience.
Yep, definitely going to be interesting. Fiora did have to pop her ultimate on the Malphite whenever she was put under tower to help survive and make the Malphite walk away. Unfortunately, Malphite is now going to be taking this first plate, so he's going to have a small gold advantage over this Fiora.
For sure, as now see what they can do. Maybe find anything here. Fiora just looking for the minions. Didn't want to like try to contest anything that the Malphite might have been doing. Malphite does get that clean back off. We'll just go ahead and run back up towards the top lane. Meanwhile, Poppy taking her jungle on the bot side of the map with Udyr backing, resetting. Could be an angle here for them to go for something. Ganks have been, funny enough, working pretty well for them down in the bot lane. We'll see if they'll work out for themselves here. Considering Yuumi is on the Poppy, it looks like they do, in fact, want to go for something on this Varus, on this Leona. Varus could be greeting for this. Does get slowed up. Question is it enough? They're going to run in. Going to find another slow. Will they be able to find it? The knockback into the tower. That's going to be the ult from Leona as well. They keep the Poppy under. That's going to be the ult coming out from the Zeri, but isn't enough. She's running away. So much damage coming through. Yuumi is left alone. That's going to be the route onto the Yuumi. Yuumi, will she be able to leave? Zeri's not going to bail her out of this one. Varus wants to go ahead and collect the kill on the cat. Yummy. The Q does swing wide. The ult comes out to try to find the solo kill onto the Varus, but it's just not enough. As Varus finds himself a pretty free kill in the bot lane.
Yep, Varus was toying with the cat just a little bit too much. If Yuumi had landed that Q, then unfortunately that would have been Varus' demise. And of course we all would have been laughing. Karito would have had to retire after such an embarrassment of a play, but luckily he was able to capitalize and can't boil water. Apparently cannot land Yuumi Qs either.
I mean, Yuumi Q is very difficult to land when you're not on someone. Very slow moving ability. Cannot be, piloted like Ash Arrow and Wild Rift. So there is that as well. Still, if he was able to hit that Q, I'm pretty sure Varus dies, which would have been absolutely heartbreaking, as you said, for Karino. Unfortunately for Yuumi, that is not the case. Will they be able to find this play? Silas does have that ultimate from the Leona. Udyr wants to try to go in. Does get ulted up by the Leona from Silas. And the Leona ult from Silas, as that will just be the Rift Herald going down. They don't want to contest this one. A lot of risk involved, and they are just not seeing the upsides of going for that one.
Yep, so now if you are ABS and you now have this Rift Herald, where are you going to take this Herald?
Away. That's
yeah, Poppy's still running with the Herald. Here she's going to be running towards the bot lane with this.
That Herald. Is away. That is correct.
Puppy is still running.
Probably going to go towards the bot lane with this one. Or maybe they get caught out here. I highly doubt that'll be the case. The main thing is that the dragon is up in 5 seconds. They don't I mean, with Corki package, I don't think it's ever worth to go ahead and try to contest this. I think you just die. I think you give up a lot of kills over to the Corki, over to the Varus that you really don't want to. And they seem to agree with that sentiment. Give over the Infernal Dragon to Dorado Gaming Zeta. And once again, we're looking at a Hex Tech game.
Yep, another Hextech game means that ABS is going to want to capitalize on this as much as possible because Zeri with Hextech Dragon is just, very overpowered. It's probably the nicest way to put it.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. We'll see what Zeri can do down here. Gonna walk up, maybe get caught out. That won't be the case quite yet. Maybe something else happens, but highly doubt that it will. As instead, everyone will go ahead and just start clearing out these waves, push them. Try to, I would say prep for an objective, but there's really nothing to prep for. No ganks happening. Very late in the game for the early game, trading patterns to continue. Not a lot of action in any lane. 15 minutes in, plates are no longer here. All the towers are still up. And it's just a testament to how slow this game truly is, which does benefit Dorado Gaming Gamma at the end of the day. Actually, benefits both teams pretty well because you have a Corki on one side, you have the Zeri on the other. But unfortunately, we have the Malphite who has to ult away. Teleport is coming through from the Corki as they can try to turn this one around. Here comes the Udyr to try to make something happen. Valkyrie will be blocked away by that Poppy E, as that will be enough to cause Dorado Gaming Gamma to walk away. Teleport was used, but I think it's worth to go ahead and save your top laner's life. Poppy still wants to try to find the fight, maybe getting a little too greedy, seems to be the name of the game for the Poppy this time around, but will be just fine for now. Rose of She is here, maybe looking to make something happen, but it just won't be the case. No ult from Malphite means they should be safe in the top lane. Rift Herald's going to get dropped. Udyr is here, hasn't left, hasn't gone anywhere. Ultimate is going to hit. All of a sudden, Malphite could be in some trouble. Dive could happen. They want to try to push him down, but the Everfrost will not hit. The first tower will still be secured by ABS. Question is, do they get anything else? The answer is no, but that's still a solid trade for them. Zera's just going to E over the wall and will be just fine.
Yep, and it is all tied up gold-wise. You have like less than 100 gold difference. As I say that, Dorado extends it to 200 gold. Thank you, Dorado, for ruining the very close epic matchup we have. We are going to be seeing the next dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes. It is Hextech Dragon, not Infernal. Thank you once again, Riot. Please just put the Hextech up there.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that it's not there. That will be a nice little bit of damage from the Zeri, as Zeri will try to fight back against this Leona. Just not going to happen there, as they will be able to take down that Gromp. As Zeri will go ahead and clear these minions under the tower. And we'll see what each side can do. Corki going to go ahead and probably push this wave on out. As you're wondering when the next fight's going to be, probably just going to be around this next dragon. Both teams not really wanting to just scuffle too much unless it's for an objective for a tower and they know that they can get it. That just means that we're going to have a pretty slow game. I mean, gold is dead even. Not going to be a whole lot of action until the objectives are finally up.
Yeah, I feel like this entire matchup is just going to become objective-based. Not really a kills race, not really a tower race. Yeah, as most games should be, because that's what we like to cast. Instead, we kind of have to sit here, definitely not fill for time, and stretch our words out as we watch Poppy place a ward in the Dragon Pit, even though there's still a minute 15 until the next dragon.
I think putting down a control ward is just fine. Go ahead and get that in there sooner rather than later, so that the enemy team doesn't exactly know when you make it there. They have to essentially check the dragon on spawn, which is a little dangerous to do if you can set it up correctly beforehand, which is what ABS want to go ahead and try to do before this dragon spawns in 45 seconds here now. The question is, can Fiora, make enough damage, cause enough problems for this Malphite? This Malphite should be able to just TP in. Fiora really can't stop him from doing so. So do have Udyr on the top side of the map, nowhere near this dragon. It's a little discerning here, or concerning rather, as that's going to be the ult from the Varus that will hit onto the Poppy. Poppy's getting very low, but that will be the Yuumi ult. The stun does hit from the Sylas there. Sylas does miss that Varus ultimate. Here comes Malphite, does have that flash available to try to make something happen. Question is, will they be able to do so? Udyr is so fast, trying to run his way all the way there. Zeri will pass everyone by and is away from her team, however. That should be the dragon just freely going over to the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma. Maybe Poppy goes for a hero steal. I think that would be insanely greedy to do. She won't go for it. The Fiora is on the other side of the map taking this top tower. The backs are coming through to go ahead and deal with that one, but she should be able to collect that top tower, no questions asked, and trade for that dragon. Leona's in a bad spot now, could be taking a lot of damage, and she will be taken, not quite taken down, does Flash, manages to get under the tower, surviving for as long as possible, getting so low. Angry Cookie wants to try to make it happen. I believe the Yuumi's on 1 HP, tanking that tower for so dang long, does not quite die. No one quite dies there. The W will just barely miss, would have killed if it did hit. And that is such a close series of events, but when everything's said and done, it is top tower for Dragon.
Yep, and after the top tower is taken in place of a dragon, the only big difference is ABS now has a gold lead of just under 1,000. It's still 4-3. one extra dragon over to Dorado, which is the Hextech Dragon, which unfortunately ABS is thinking, guys, we really need to start collecting the Hex Dragons.
Yeah, for sure, as we will see what the Varus can make happen with this Udyr down in the bot lane. Maybe try to make a play on to this Fiora. Fiora a little out of position could be trouble for her. But instead, we'll just go ahead and start maybe clearing these waves and back on off. If she does get engaged on, could be a lot of trouble, but senses that there's danger, will not step up any further than that.
Yep, definitely going to be taking a lot of backs here, as we do see Silas back, Poppy back, and even Udyr back. So lots of backs coming out from both teams. Fiora and Malphite have now apparently turned the map upside down. Bot lane is the new top lane.
Yeah, absolutely, as we will see. Maybe the Zeri stepping up a little bit too far could be hurt, but instead just kind of chills under the tower for now. Maybe trying to make something happen would be a little bit difficult for her, even with the Yuumi against... at this point in the game, I think Varus and Leona, actually at all points of the game, Zeri trying to be proactive against the Varus, against Leona is rather difficult. So we'll see if it just ends up being a bit more of a farm fest. That's how this game is, and that's how we kind of expected it to be, right? Pretty much just everybody trying to scale up to the best of their ability.
Yep, definitely one of those very interesting fights. Udyr going to be clearing wolves. Varus looking to back ops out of it. And there is going to be a slight skirmish down here between Malphite and Silas.
For sure, as we will see. The Silas goes in, gets that stun down, trying to find a little bit more. Malphite running away as fast as he can. Meanwhile, the Poppy's going to go in, does not quite find the stun. The cleanse immediately drops anyway, but the ult just barely swings wide, as that will be a pretty solid summoner spell to burn. The cleanse, having that gone is pretty nice. Having that ultimate down as well is going to be useful. Poppy trying to get some vision control here. Should not really be allowed to do so. Varus is a little bit too far up. Doesn't have the cleanse to get himself out of here. Is getting very low. Should go down. Finally does. As now Zeri's allowed to do whatever he wants. The Malphite misses the ultimate. Zeri's going to get very low, but with the Poppy and that Immortal Shield, though, it just doesn't matter. Double kill for the Poppy. Will Zeri be able to get back in there? Here comes Silas with that Malphite ult. Malphite, the Silas is doing what he can. Silas does go golden, tries to stay alive for as long as possible. Here comes Fiora on the flank, trying to find something, finds a double kill under the tower, and walks away scot-free. And all of a sudden, absolute blow the game wide open. After so much boring gameplay, they are finally able to ace the enemy team.
Yep, and while Absolute is taking the Baron, we are going to be looking to see what exactly happened. As you said, the Malphite misses his ultimate. He accidentally runs into the wall right next to him, and then Silas realizes this and says, hey, wait a minute, I can do that too, and I can go golden and capitalize on this. And apparently Zen just forgot that the Silas went golden and lost his life for it.
I think something else to notice that we didn't exactly see in that replay, it happened a little bit before that, is Varus was completely out of position. He was like in the jungle right next to Poppy. Or like Poppy was still like, I thought Poppy was greeting a little bit based on her positioning, but then I saw where Varus was and I'm like, they can lock him down. Varus just dies here if Poppy goes in, and that's exactly what she does. It's a big question mark as to why Varus is even there, because he's pretty much frontlining in the jungle against a Poppy, and it's just not something that you're ever allowed to do.
Yep, definitely have to agree with you there. And one thing I want to point out is that ABS actually opted to not take the Baron.
I think they were trying to, but they didn't really have the power to do so. As now Fiora in a bad situation, is 1 HP. Here comes the Corki. Spell immune, though. It doesn't matter. Will still go down. Question is, did Corki get the shutdown? Yes, he did. It's going to be a good amount of money for him there, as maybe he can return to form. Soul is still on the table for the side of Dorado Gaming, and that's something to mention, is that even though ABS had a really good fight, they didn't really get too many objectives out of it. And with the Dragon, I believe the last one was also taken by Dorado Gaming, which is actually insane if you look at how everything turned out. Just did they actually just get Dragon? Because if they did, then that's nuts, and I don't think that ever. They're getting Baron. What? How? Wow! Oh my god, they smited early, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They somehow get Baron for free. What is happening? How was that allowed? What?
That is a good question.
I'm so confused. They had some of the, I guess, best vision control ever. Silas is bot lane. He has TP. Fiora doesn't have TP, I guess, so they must have seen her back. That's such a huge question mark for the side of Absolute Esports. In no world should Dorado Gaming Gamma ever be in a position after that team fight to get the Baron. It would have been one thing if they had gotten it like immediately after Absolute like threw at the Baron, but they didn't even do that. They just backed off and then I guess didn't return to Baron to like reestablish vision. But they do have a nice flank on Dorado right now. The question is, do they have enough damage to go ahead and find the kill? They very well should. Corki's coming, though, as Leona is not dying. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Fiora is trying to find the kill. The Zeri will easily be able to find the kill onto the Varus. But the question is, will the Corki be able to do enough? Here comes Silas onto the backline, onto the Corki. Corki trying to survive as long as possible, but the Silas will go golden. He's trying to survive, is getting out of there, does find the stun, is finding a lot of lifesteal, but it's just maybe not enough. He should go down. The shutdown does go down for the side of the Silas. Now, Udyr trying to find anything but the side of Fiora. He's just doing too much damage, but he should go down to Dobbin. Maybe the lifesteal is just too much. Fiora is just better in this situation. Flashes that mastery to make sure everybody knows it. Corki wasn't there to secure the kill. Was probably needed. Just not enough damage from that Malphite.
Yes, we are going to be seeing the quick replay here of Silas unfortunately going down, but the big part we want to see is this Fiora. It is a big part of the lifesteal because she does have the Ravenous Hydra, but one of the big key factors that she has the Gore Drinker. And honestly, I'm going to say this, and I know a lot of people might disagree with me, Gore Drinker cooldown needs to be like increased.
Oh, I don't think that's a hot take. I think what you can do is you can like have it be reduced on takedowns. I think that's fine. I think that's a great way to do it. You make it like 40 seconds. You have that. If you get a takedown, I think that's perfectly fair. Or maybe like, you know, more than that, like 20 seconds have it on a takedown. I think right now, what is it, like 10 seconds? It feels like it's 10 seconds.
I believe that sounds correct.
So like 20 seconds, have that if you get a takedown to like actually reward the player, but instead of just, you know, doing it real quick and then 10 seconds later you can just do it again. It's just absolutely insane. I mean, it essentially has the same effect if you do get that takedown. So, I mean, like, I think you should make it work a little bit more like Death's Dance, and the fact that you can get more lifesteal, essentially, get more health back if you are able to, you know, find that kill instead of just being able to spam it over and over and over again.
Yep, definitely have to agree with you there because Gore Drinker is just that kind of that spammable item that allowed Fiora to just win that fight. It wasn't the Fiora was a better player; it's the fact that Gore Drinker is just a better item.
What I meant to say is Fiora is not just like a better player. I did mean for Fiora is the better champion. I don't think a lot of champions can do that. I think if you look at the champions that they're playing, Malphite and Udyr get absolutely crushed by Fiora's damage. She is a tank shredder by nature. So, of course, she, like most Fioras, you put me on Fiora in that situation, you know, in a, you know, complete vacuum, they'd probably do the same thing. Considering they were pretty low HP and it was, you know, very basic mechanics there. But I mean, of course, to get to that point, it's a whole nother story. And Fiora has been playing the game as a whole pretty well. And that was just a product of how the Fiora has been playing earlier. As now we're going to see a fight brewing here around Dragon. This would be Soul for Dorado Gaming Gamma. They want this so bad, having the Soul, but do they want to fight for it is the question. It doesn't feel like they're confident enough to go for this, but Absolute could be in a very sticky situation. They do have that Silas with Malphite ultimate. There's the TP coming through. As will they be able to do anything here? The Varus will ult off. The Silas does have that ultimate available. The Corki does have package, goes on in with the TP, but it's just not enough. So much damage coming through. Corki is down. The Malphite ult finally is fired off. Is it enough damage from the Varus? It does not look like it. He will go down. Malphite's going to be the last member of his team standing. He will flash away. Absolutely destroying game number 3, just like game number 2. Will they be able to go down? I highly doubt it. Will they be able to find the kill on Malphite if he steps up far enough? Almost certainly yes, if he tries to defend this tower, I'm pretty sure he just dies. We'll see if that is the case. He will get slowed up now. The Yuumi will start tanking a little bit of tower shots, but the tower is gone, so that doesn't matter too much more. As, yeah, so far, Absolute just playing such a clean game in these fights.
Yep, and here is basically the tail end of the fight. One of the big things I want to point out is before the fight started, Silas did steal the Malphite ult, and then Puppey proceeded to ult him out, which was the big deciding factor. Because with the Malphite out of the fight, that just allowed that allowed Silas to ult in as himself, pretending to be Malphite, and proceeded to knock up 3 members of Dorado Gaming Gamma, which proceeded to just eliminate themselves.
Yeah, Corki definitely needs to try to space himself away from that Varus. Make them pick. Are you going to go in on Varus or are you going to go in on me? And especially dying with Flash Up, at least I think he dies with Flash Up. He has Flash Up now. Gotta imagine he did before. It is absolutely... That just needs to not happen, right? Because you should be able to flash away from the Silas's knockup, from that, that Malphite knockup that he can steal away. You have to remember that that is always an option. And if you can't flash away from that, you're probably just going to die.
Yep, and speaking of dying, it is going to be a quick pause here. Might be another jungler lagging as last game, or it might just be a quick bio break, as I know some tournaments have to...
You always do this! You don't warn us! Production keeps on going back to the Shadow Realms.
Yep, and everyone gets to see me relaxing in my chair and not in the up-in-front caster ready to tell you all about the draft mode.
Yeah, I think so far, Absolute has been playing the third game very well, just like they played the second game pretty well, as I mentioned earlier. I do think that the Corki is an improvement to the Ziggs. I don't think that the game was inherently lost by one person, like I think some of these past games have been. I think the past 2 games have been. You can identify one part of the map that was exceptionally weak. This time it's just Absolute is very strong comparatively. It feels like they just have the better team fight all around. They've been team fighting better as players all around as well, whereas Dorado Gaming Gamma just always seem to be one step behind.
Yep, and speaking of being one step behind, we are one step behind getting back into this game. Definitely, or at least I want to say Dorado is about half a step behind getting back into this game, because Fiora is just going to go in on this Malphite, do a nice little bit of poke damage, and now Poppy's going to tag in, and unfortunately Malphite is going to have to ult himself out.
Yeah, and he'll be just fine doing that. Won't have that ult up for a little bit, but still having that ability later on will be useful for him to try to make some plays. A good thing is that the Baron is... Oh, never mind, Baron's up, so that's going to be a pretty big cooldown that's down for this objective. I thought it wasn't up for a little bit longer. Silas does have TP. OG Kush does not have TP, so the Corki is going to try to make sure that he has vision of the Silas before this happens, as the fight is starting in earnest, as now the Silas does get that TP off. Corki tried to do as much damage as possible. OG Kush does take away that Malphite ultimate, as now Malphite does want to try to make something happen, but he's just not allowed to do so. He's getting crowded, gets taken down, no unstoppable force available. Now they are in the bot lane. They're going to try to push for the end. They have a good position to at least get an inhibitor. Going to try to pressure that Baron as well right after. Have to imagine Corki is here. If he does push up a little bit too far, he could go down. Corki is knocked up once again with Flash, does not flash away, and dies as a result. They're under the Nexus Towers. The question is, can they live? Varus is spacing himself out pretty well. They managed to take down one. The Fiora is gone. Will they be able to push up a little bit more and find anything else? The answer is, I don't believe so. And something to note as well is that Corki uses Flash at the end of that fight instead of just taking the L. He might have been able to live after flashing, but now these fights are going to become even more unplayable. Now that they know that the Flash is gone, they're going to be even bolder, and Corki will have no real way of getting away from that play besides maybe Wing, but that I don't know if that's fast enough.
I don't believe it is fast enough, but it is unfortunate that Corki did waste his flash. Baron is still up. We are going to be having Soul Point for Dorado Gaming coming up in about 1:40, and it appears that ABS wants to once again maybe consider looking at this Baron.
Yeah, and they do have their eyes set on it right now. I do think they should go ahead and take it sooner rather than later, but they might just want to focus on stacking these dragons, getting the soul, but you do risk the idea of Udyr trying to steal this one away. He doesn't have flash, so you do have ways to prevent the Udyr from getting into the pit. Take away that blast cone. Make sure you can't do that. Make sure to zone him off when he does just want to try to run on in. Question is, are they going to be able to do a good enough job of that? And we'll see if that is the case. Now we do see Sylas going in onto the Malphite, does steal away that ultimate for this next fight, coming up in a minute, as Malphite might try to actually just win this fight. He does have a good bit of tanky stats, has that Force of Nature finished as well. Udyr wants to run down and try to make something happen, but that means Absolute is going to be able to run down as well. So everyone just kind of walks back, resets before this dragon coming up in 40 seconds.
Yep, this is definitely going to be a big deciding factor for this dragon, because I feel like if ABS gets this next Hex Dragon, they can start running away with the game, but if Dorado gets it, they're going to have Soul, and then it should be a nice, easy cakewalk for Dorado.
Yeah, absolutely. W will hit. It's going to be a good bit of damage going on to Udyr. Will they be able to do anything else? Poppy wants to try to run in, not really being allowed to do so. Fiora does have the split push potential. Teleport is available for the Corki. Teleport also available for the Fiora, hence why they're matching each other. The package is there. That's going to be a lot of damage onto this Corki. Corki has to use his package defensively. That's not what you want to see. They're trying to bait Dorado Gaming into walking into this pit. Sylas does have that Malphite ultimate still. This could be make or break for the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma. Poppy is zoning them off. Has the smite, though. They do get the dragon. They need to get out of here, maybe, or they're just going to try to fight it out. But the TP is coming through from the Fiora. Here comes the Malphite ultimate. No flash for the Corki. Corki, you should be gone. As now the Zeri ultimate will come through. Do they have enough damage from the Varus? He is pumping out just so much. Maybe they're able to turn the fight around. There it is. Poppy will finally go down. The Rose of She also is out of there. Will they be able to do a little bit more? Arts and Crafts will find one. Is will clean up the fight. Zeri is unstoppable there. A double kill for her. They're going to march in the base, and they should be able to take home this game number 3.
Yep, this is definitely the power of ABS, Fiora, Zeri, and even Yumi, the lovable cat itself.
Yeah, I gotta agree, and for the love of goodness gracious, do not let this man play Seraphine anymore. Keep him on the Zeri as long as the other team does not ban it away, and if you are Dorado Gaming Gamma, please take it away from Arts and Crafts, because he just saved that ending team fight and wins his team the game at the end there. GG for Absolute Esports as they go up 2-1.
Yeah, definitely have to agree. Dodge, I don't see what's so funny over there, what you're laughing about. That was just a very good victory coming out from ABS, taking down Dorado Gaming Gamma.
Yeah, definitely so. We're starting to see this series go exactly the way we predicted it would. Things feeling very dire for Dorado right now. The early game very slow here in Game 3. It took a while for the action to get off the ground. And I think Absolute was, pardon the overusage, but stop using staple words for your names, was absolutely happy to play to that plan, right? They drafted the Yumi Zeri, they were free scaling, they were Bing chilling. It was a kind of a massacre, especially that last fight. It looked like maybe a glimmer of hope for Gamma, but when the best fudge imitation coming out, that Fiora just refused to die, let the Zeri continue to free hit, and it was as easy as that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think that, you know, a lot of that game needs to be attributed to just how well Zeri did. It didn't seem like, you know, in games 1 and games 2, Arts and Crafts was really doing too much on the Seraphine. Yes, there were some really good encores in game number 2 that you need to talk about a little bit, but I mean, just the absolute, you know, power that this Yumi can also give to this Zeri really showed what Arts and Crafts can do when absolutely unleashed.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what I was saying a little bit after game 1, which is that comfort will always trump theoretical draft diffs, in that you take a really good AD carry player, you can put him on Seraphine, and, you know, even if it's the highest win rate bot laner, technically, that doesn't always yield good results, but you put him on the most busted attack damage carry, and magic happens. So, yeah, I don't want to go too in-depth in breaking this one down, because it was a very slow-paced early game. You guys had plenty of time to break down the progression of things, and then once the action started, it was basically all absolute from beginning to end. So I think we will give you guys a break ahead of what could be the ultimate game of this series, possibly the penultimate. It is match point for Absolute Esports here, as they want to make profits out of the three of us by taking home that 3-1. We'll see if they can do it on the other side of a break. See you guys then.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to game number 4 of the series between Absolute Esports and Dorado Gaming Gamma. We're back to game 1 and game 2. Absolute Esports on the blue side, Dorado Gaming Gamma on the red side. Maybe that can bring back the magic for Dorado Gaming Gamma. Bring back the magic they had in game number 1, or Absolute can just close it out in a good old Canadian sweep.
Yep, should definitely be interesting as the bans are already coming through. ABS definitely going to be banning away the Olaf, the Yumi, and the Seraphine has been banned away once and for all. And Dorado Gaming has banned away the Fiora, realizing that was definitely a problem from last game. Because unfortunately they picked it early, because usually that was a round 2 ban. Now it's going to be interesting to see who they're going to pick for their last ban.
For sure. So we will see in just a bit here, as it will be the Zeri. Dorado Gaming Gamma not wanting to give that over as well, sees the Seraphine get banned, makes it a pretty easy decision for them, not letting Absolute get that one. They do pick up that Volibear, which I think is a pretty solid B1 here. I gotta wonder what Gamma want to go for, what they want to take away themselves. Maybe that Lilia is going to be what's up next.
Yeah, I believe Lilia is probably the better option over Volibear here, but it also depends on what Absolute is wanting to play. I mean, they both kind of counter each other fairly well. I'd say it's a nice 50-50 matchup. I know I'm talking like Smash Brothers lingo there about matchups. So we're going to be seeing the Hecarim locked in.
Yep, will be that Hecarim locked in as the answer. No Yumi to play with though, which is, one of the better pairings there. And with an Ezreal, you're really feeling like Yumi would have been pretty good here, but of course that's banned away. We'll see what Absolute go ahead and pair or, try to pick into the Ezreal. I think some sort of poke would be pretty solid. A lot of range. I feel like Ezreal actually struggles pretty hard against other, range champions, other like poke style champions, because he doesn't really outrange a lot of them. But the more melee that comes in, I think Ezreal actually has an easier time against them. But when it comes to maybe being put into the pain zone, the dungeon by Mordekaiser, it gets a little more difficult for him to play. And also Yone, a lot of these champions just try to jump right onto Ezreal. If he isn't able to arcane shift away or flash out of there, it might be a little more rough for him.
Yeah, I do also want to point out it's very interesting that Absolute Esports has left their bot lane to be picked last. Honestly, it kind of looks like they're drafting in player order almost, because technically Volibear could be top lane, Mordekaiser could be jungle. Those two will probably be swapped, but it is interesting to see. We are going to be seeing Jax locked in from Gamma. Obviously, since there's a Hecarim, we're not going to be seeing Jungle Jax, which is always something fun to play once in a while. So that it is going to be a top Jax and a Mordekaiser. So that itself is going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, for sure. That will be the Senna. That should get banned away here. We'll see on the other side if Absolute wants to go ahead and target more so the supports. I think would be a good one. But maybe they turn their attention towards the mid lane. Get rid of the Corki. I think would work pretty well for this team composition. But maybe they just don't really care about Corki at all. Nope, there it is. I think that ban makes perfect sense.
They might be listening to you. You got to be careful.
True, they could be, but I mean, that'd be whatever. Sure, I'm just a genius. I like to think of that one instead. I don't think I'm giving them the answers. I think I'm just predicting the answers, like I predicted how the series would go.
Yep, definitely have to agree, considering the fact that I also predicted the 3-1 and an instant karma ban, like not even like a hesitation. It's like they were just ready for that one. And now it's going to go to Gamma's second round drafting. They are going to get one pick, and then it will be Absolute drafting their bot lane. So if you're Gamma, do you pick your mid laner or your support here?
I think you definitely pick support. I think you say, or actually, you could pick your mid laner here because you should have a solid idea that Yone is going mid lane. But if you just want to make sure, I think picking Renata is okay. It's maybe not Renata here. It's an option though. I think you do allow your Jax, allow your Hecarim to do a little more illegal activities. The question is, what will they pick in response to this bot lane, I mean, you see Ezreal, Renata, are you going to flex somehow one of these 3 champions that you've already picked to the bot lane? Probably not. There's almost no chance that you're going to do that, as there's the ADC. So that'll be fun to keep an eye on. And I think what this team composition needed was a good bit more damage. And there it is. There's that. As we will see what is locked in next. But it's already seeing Rule of She on the Yone is terrifying. We'll see what they end up pairing with the Vayne. Lulu is an option that they can use if they want more CC, or they can take Zilean, which is a very interesting pairing with the Vayne that allows the Vayne to do some, once again, pretty illegal things. I actually think I would have rather seen the Zilean on the other side of this matchup. I would have rather seen Zilean with the Hecarim. I think that would have been so good for this team composition, and I think passing that up was a bit of a question mark there, as Dorado Gaming Gamma should be rounding out their team composition with the Vigar.
Yeah, I saw them floating Talia, and I think Gamma had a quick discussion with themselves saying that if Talia doesn't place her wall correctly, it could accidentally fall into Vayne's favor, because next thing you know, you'll have a wall that you could accidentally get condemned into, and the last thing you want is a Vayne getting a free wall out of nowhere.
Yep. I think something that could have been useful was doing... Now, I want to see a world where someone picks Talia Kiana, and they just... You connect a couple walls in the jungle to Talia's wall. Yeah, ult Talia's wall, and the entire jungle gets covered in Kiana ult.
That would
It's a
definitely
good combo.
something scary. That's like whenever I saw the Vayne get locked in, before I even considered Zilean, I was waiting to see the Anivia pick, because Anivia could throw a wall behind someone, and then Vayne could go, oh look, you're condemned, and now you're dead.
Yep.
That'd be a good way to burst out an Ezreal.
Composition for the wall champions, and then just pair them with like Kiana and Vayne. You do like Trundle, Anivia, and Talia, and then you do like Kiana and Vayne, and then you just have a field day around terrain. Now, if you fight in the middle of a lane, it's doomed. It's completely doomed.
Yes.
But
it's
other than that, it's pretty hype. I do think that the composition for Absolute is just a little bit better. My opinion, I think they have a pretty good idea of what they want to do, which is allow Vayne, allow Yone to do whatever the heck they want, and I think they're going to have an easy time of doing that, especially if they did happen to pick in order, Volibear being top, Mordekaiser being jungle. Those two could be swapped around very easily, though. Would probably make more sense to go ahead and swap them. And other than that, the Zillion's always just gonna, facilitate these two champions in mid and ADC just so easily. Whereas the other side, you don't have a lot of facilitating necessarily. You do have a lot of, you're allowed to go in, and also, it's a little less facilitation, but it's also with the caveat of you need to get a kill, buddy, or you're a little screwed.
Yep, definitely have to agree with you there. So honestly, like, I know we've been trying to predict who's winning just off the drafts alone, and sometimes that has backfired.
Yeah.
Just by drafts alone, who do you think is the better team in this scenario?
Probably Absolute Esports. I think they have a slight draft gap in game number 4. Once again, I mean, also the idea of seeing Rose of She back onto the Yone is terrifying. I know if I were Gamma, I'd be pretty annoyed that got through, but I mean, we'll see what Rose of She, if he can replicate that same success in game number 4.
Yeah, the difference is he is going to be playing into a Vigar, so the baby cage will get a bit annoying rather than just Ziggs throwing his E and going, oh, don't step on the mine.
Yeah, making Ziggs does have a harder time of playing safe against the Yone. I think Vigar is a lot easier. I think both of them are pretty safe, but Vigar, it's a little harder to mess up the cage as it is Ziggs messing up his bomb. But we'll see how that matchup ends up going down in the bot lane. The matchup specifically, usually the Zilean has a harder time into most matchups. He's a fairly mid-late game champion. But against Renata, who is also a mid-late game champion, it's actually pretty even. So it's going to come down to who's able to hit their CC, who's able to, find more favorable trades when it comes to the ADCs. And I do think as players, Arts and Crafts and Camp Boil Water do have that slight edge in the bot lane.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you there, and it is going to be interesting to see just how this matches plays out. But before we do, we are going to be sending it over to a quick break as we get ready for match point between Absolute Esports and Dorado Gaming Gamma.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to game number 4 of the series between Absolute Esports and Dorado Gaming Gamma. It is a make or break for Dorado Gaming Gamma as they are down 1-2. Absolute Esports just need this last game to seal this series and send themselves to the finals. Will they be able to do it? We'll find out very shortly. As Can't Boil Water wants to keep just watching this. This bush goes ahead and wards the mid brush down, or like the middle bush in the lane, a bot lane, right in front of the alcove there, and just backs off.
Yep, that is actually a really good support play to do for those of you who are wanting to get better at support, is don't be afraid to ward that middle bush and then immediately back in by a sweeper, because 9 times out of 10 your opposing support will attempt to ward that, or they will try and camp in that bush, and then you can easily pop your sweeper, destroy the ward, and then you have better vision in the lane. And as long as your ADC doesn't int, like most of mine do in ranked, you should just get a nice easy victory for the laning phase.
Yep, should be the case for sure, as we'll see if these two teams, if they're going to make it a little more interesting in the early game than in game number, I believe it was this last game, game number 3, that wasn't too fun to watch, but knowing how these two teams play and what they've drafted for themselves, that doesn't seem like it's ever going to be the case. I feel like both sides are going to want to scale towards the late game. I count about 6 champions that scale. So we'll see. Maybe even more than that. You could argue like maybe 7. Well, we'll see how it ends up going.
We're just gonna say they all scale. Make it easier.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely, as that's going to be the bombs hidden there, as Ezreal's looking for the Qs, but they're just not finding their mark, which means that they should win out on that trade for the side of Absolute, as that will be another bomb that'll be ticking down on to the support there. It's not enough to really do too much real damage, as Jack's starting E pays off for him there, as the Mordekaiser hits level 2. Jax will be just fine from that trade there.
Yep, and I did notice that Vayne started Q, which is your standard start option, and then I believe Vayne is probably starting E as their second one.
Wrong. Q or
I was
W.
wrong. It was W. I was trying to figure out in this matchup what they would do. I mean, if they had the Anivia or anyone else that can make a wall, they probably would have taken E second, but, you know, it is what it is.
Maybe. I do think that having the W is just too much damage to pass up on. Like, yes, you can get the E into the wall and try to find some damage there. If you did have like someone like Anivia, but yeah, in any other situation, I do think Silver Bolts is honestly, you could even start your Silver Bolts. I don't think that's like completely troll. No, it's definitely not troll. It's definitely not troll. Silver Bolts is
it's
a lot of DPS.
No, I know it's not a troll, but I believe the Q is better, especially against Renata, Ezreal, or just any lane in general. I feel like you just always start Q with Vayne. That way you can just dodge skill shots early and just have fun attacking.
Very true, but it is a lot of mana that you do end up using, as Volibear wants to try to gank this one. Double bomb could land. There it is. That's going to be the Renata going down for first blood. A lot of early game action so far, which is what we've wanted. Hecarim, not a great gank so far for him. Jax going in, trying to find the play onto Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser going to try to outplay this one, but the stun is going to come through. Jax trying to find the kill. Shouldn't really be able to get it. Might go for the tower dive, but doesn't want to risk it. Mordekaiser just barely playing on the edge of that Q range and will live for now, but still a solid play for the side of Absolute Esports.
Yeah, definitely doing a really good job there, condemning the Renata into the wall. A really nice outplay there from the Vayne, and unfortunately, I believe this is going to be the end of Yone here.
Nope, a flash will keep him safe for now, as it doesn't look like they'll be able to go in on him anymore. But with the Hecarim, he could still try to go in for another gank, try to find the kill that way. Getting that flash is still very useful if the cage were to be up, but he just wants to force this under tower and take his reset. Yone's going to take his reset as well. Level 6 will come soon for the Veigar, and that's where things are going to get pretty scary.
Yep, definitely have to agree. That does get a bit scary. Unfortunately, Hecarim didn't realize he was sitting on a ward, so Yone knew not to push up. One thing that Yone might be able to do here is... Nope, never mind, Veigar backed, because I noticed Veigar had no mana, and I thought maybe this would be a good opportunity for Yone to capitalize.
Yep, for sure, as we'll see him go ahead and shove this wave out, start pushing that wave right under the tower there. As Jax will try to maybe find a trade onto Mordekaiser, but I feel like Mordekaiser still has the actual edge in this 1v1 for the earlier stages, the 1 through 5. Once they get 6, though, it might get a little bit different when Jax does have that extra DPS that he can output. As the flash is still available for Mordekaiser, so he shouldn't die on this play here. The jump in there, a nice E from Mordekaiser, but the Mordekaiser does finally flash, and bopping that flash once again means that Hecarim has his cream of the crop so far, could revisit these lanes.
Yep, and Volibear is doing Krugs, where I think this would be the time Volibear should just immediately run over. Just skip the Krugs, go straight to Dragon, because you know Hecarim was topside. Hecarim is now backed. I don't think he'll have enough time to get to Dragon Pit, but it is Hecarim who just runs fast.
For sure, running fast is the name of the game for a lot of these champions. Whereas that will be an easy Dragon collected for Absolute Esports. Volibear going to smite that one away for his team. See if the Yone is going to get anything done. Probably not. As should be able to easily take this one down, maybe. The wave note won't really crash, which could be dire for them. As okay, never mind. They only really have 3 of these ranged creeps, and even one of them goes under the tower, so that is going to slow push out. I go ahead and want to try to fix this wave. Oh, a nice knockup for the Yone, trying to find the play. But it's just not enough. Had the ultimate available, but didn't want to risk dying. You have that ultimate available for the Veigar, so just not really risking the death there. Could have been a pretty bad one if they did go a little too far.
Yep, and up next we are going to be having the Infernal Dragon, so that means no Infernal Soul for this game, so we have no Ocean, no Infernal, so we might be seeing Cloud, Mountain, or yet again another Hex Soul.
Yep, for sure. We will see. Oh, Vayne wants to go ahead and start pushing this one out. Try to get a decent back off. Probably has a good bit of gold to spend at this point. Don't think she quite has Noon Quiver. I think she's actually looking at this. What is going on with the CS, guys? I feel like the CS is absolutely atrocious right now for both ADCs.
I feel like the...
Oh, never mind. It fit. Okay. Okay, that makes way more sense, because they were sitting at like 20 or something. Now they're sitting at 50. So there's a fight brewing, as that will be the Ezreal, who doesn't quite go down. Will he be able to find the kill? Yes, he does! He's back alive, baby! And he'll find the double kill onto the Vayne, and that's why you pick the Renata Glass there, as now a great ultimate, great onslaught of shadows from the Hecarim to get himself out of there for now, because that will be the Yone going bye-bye. As will they be able to dive Jax? Probably not, with the Hecarim hovering around, as Ezreal and Renata will get a nice back off.
Yep, and I do want to say I believe that is the first time on Victoris stream we have had someone get revived by the Renata passive. Not something you see very often, because usually they go into the undead state and then they just immediately get deleted right afterwards.
Yep, for sure. That was pretty solid right there in the bot lane. I mean, you know, I really didn't think he was going to get it off, but that Q was absolutely beautiful. Now, unfortunately, Absolute will go ahead and pick up that Rift Herald. Will they be able to do anything with it is the question. Maybe drop it in the mid lane, pick up some plates. But I feel like they want to go ahead and get rid of some plates, try to get that first tower money instead. Would be a little bit more valuable to them.
Yep, definitely have to agree with you there. We are going to see Hecarim taking his wolves. We do have 2 minutes till Dragon comes up, so probably not going to be seeing a lot of fights breaking out at this time unless someone is caught out of position. Like Volibear might have found someone. Nope, instead Dorado is just going to patiently walk backwards. Veigar might be looking for a play here.
Yep, he very well could try to look for something. Doesn't look like he's going to, though. Instead, just kind of waltzes on back towards the mid lane. We'll just kind of chill out there for a bit. Will they be able to find anything else? Ezreal does swing wide on that Q. Now, Hecarim could look for a gank into the bot lane. Could be solid stuff there, but instead is just going for his Gromp. As that wave will finally push back, because they want to try to hold it here for as long as possible, but that wave does not freeze, unfortunately. That'll be a nice bomb onto the Renata, though. Meanwhile, some vision getting cleared in the river, as the Jax wants to look for the kill onto the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser does miss that E, forces the ult out of him, but will it be enough to find the kill onto the Jax? No flash available, or no, there is a flash available for the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser getting very low, as he will be able to walk out. A little bit more damage could have killed the Jax, could have killed the Mordekaiser. Got very close, and neither side wants to continue that scuffle.
Yeah, Mordekaiser doing a good job following down into the river because that made Jax think that that is where Volibear is. Because unfortunately, I will say that Dorado is doing a really good job this game as compared to the past couple, but their vision is a bit lacking on tracking where this Volibear is.
Yep, I'd have to agree there. So we will see. Oh, the Jax is low. Could it be taken down by this Mordekaiser? Might not be the case though, as Mordekaiser does get a little bit of damage down onto the Jax, does get pulled on back in. Here comes the Counter-Strike, though. Hops on out, is very low. 1Q, there it is! Not quite enough damage. I honestly thought that that Jax was gone. The limit test just not quite accurate there. As we'll see the Vygar go ahead and take away these minions, should be able to take that one down as well. Yone could be in a predicament, could be in a bad spot. Dragon getting started up, so that will be the E in, as there is the event horizon. As will it be enough? That will be the Dragon being secured by the side of Absolute, but the fight has broken out. The ultimate comes out of both the Zilean and the Yone. Yone will be brought back to life. Will they be able to get anything else done? There is the event horizon once again. The Volibear has to play so safe. Gets that shield to live just a little bit longer. Bombs are flying all around the place. Ezreal gets a nice Q there, trying to find another one. Will not quite hit it there. Could look for the angle, but doesn't feel like it's quite worth it to go in yet again. If they do see them there, but that's going to be an empowered recall, so we'll get out of there easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Can't boil water, and Arts and Crafts want to try to find something. A double bomb onto the Ezreal. Ezreal does arcane shift out and will be just fine.
Yeah, definitely a very good job. Mad shoutouts to Angry Cookie on the side of ABS for using the smite perfectly before getting affected by the Renata ult. Otherwise, the Renata ult might have actually stolen the Dragon for Dorado Gamma, which would have been a very interesting interaction that Renata ult does.
Yep, for sure. That could have been absolutely terrible for the side of Absolute if Renata does slightly adjust that ultimate. As now the Rift Herald will go ahead and crash. Will not take too much, just those plates. Won't take the entire tower. They're going to need another Rift Herald for that. But it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get one before the plates go down. Jack could be in some trouble. Senses it, has the vision there. Will be able to walk out most likely. He might have gotten ulted. He did by the Mordekaiser. Hecarim and Volibear are both here. Onslaught of Shadows could come out, but it just doesn't. Not quite yet anyway, as Jax will be able to get out of there. Onslaught of Shadows was not quite up, if I'm not mistaken there. Looks like it's on cooldown, or that's just... nope, it wasn't quite off of cooldown. There it is. As the plates will go down in the bot lane. Zilean is in the top lane as well, trying to get something done. Won't be able to do a whole lot. Has to hurry back down towards bot lane before they try to make a play onto this Vayne, because things could get dicey.
Ezreal did use his ult point blank on the Vayne. Bit of a disrespect. Thought he might have tried to throw it towards the top lane to help the Jax out. Nope, instead he just decided, hey Vayne, take this.
Yep. I do like the thought there, as there is a bit of a problem coming in the form of a Yone. Yone is going in with that ultimate. Renata is going to be taking a lot of damage, should go down. That W is available, does use that ultimate to save herself, but it's just not enough. She's running away. You don't run away anymore. You gotta run in if you want to even think about living at that point. But unfortunately, that's not what Renata does, and Renata ends up going down.
Yep, and speaking of going down, this Hecarim, our tower might be going down itself, because unfortunately a Mordekaiser and a Zilean is kind of scary on its own, especially whenever Zilean does have the Chrono Shift ready.
For sure, as we will see. The Vygar could be in a bit of a sticky situation, but the Volibear was looking for, a gank here, but he's playing the correct pocket, gonna make sure that he's, playing as safe as possible. As we do see Mordekaiser starting to back off after shoving that wave under tower, should be pretty free to do so. It's going to force Jax to stay a little bit longer. Will be pretty solid timing for that Mordekaiser up in the top lane.
Yep, definitely have to agree with that, as we do see it is now Volibear Zillion mid. Zillion just kind of hanging out with whatever character he decides is worthy. Does level up to 8, so that means he is probably going to be if I'm Zillion, he's probably maxing Q, especially with his build at the moment. Be maybe maxing his E instead.
For sure. We'll see if he's going to be taking too much damage. He is dodging away from a lot of it. Here comes a counter-strike, though, to make sure that he can't move. Renata's going to be able to secure that kill. Can't Boil Water really do anything? No, looks like that Rift Herald is going to be what DOGG go ahead and go for.
Yep, and once again, we are at a nice 24k gold for both teams. Herald is going to be picked up, but we are going to be having the Mountain Dragon spawning in about 40 seconds. We do know that ABS is definitely a lot tankier than DOGG, so if they do get this soul, ABS is going to basically become the unkillable walking machine.
For sure. As we'll see what the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma can try to do to get themselves back in, or not back into this one, or to try to extend the lead. Absolute Esports as well want to try to, get a lead to begin with. Both these sides trying to do that. Pretty tied up, both sides dead even in gold. You imagine that a lot of the lead is in different places. Teleport is coming through, so hold that thought as they want to go ahead and try to fight this one out. The ultimate has been used from the Mordekaiser. He will find that kill. Ultimate is burned from Renata, but is it enough? It does not look like it. Ezreal trying to get into this fight. Everybody trying to get into this fight best they can. The stun will not quite hit from that event horizon. That should be the dragon going over to the side of Absolute Esports. Ezreal wants to try to go forward, wants to try to fight, but he knows, his team knows that they cannot fight this anymore, and Absolute Esports will go ahead and take the lead and take the third dragon of the game, already putting them on sole point 17 minutes into the game.
Yep, that is definitely the position you want to be in. And speaking of being in a certain position, we have a score update from the other side of the bracket. Oasis Esports Cloud has defeated Dorado Gaming Zeta in a swift 3-0 fashion. So Oasis Esports will be playing the winner of this match in the grand finals of our VRS Summer Split League.
Yeah, so congratulations are in order to Oasis Esports Cloud. Solid stuff from them, especially, taking down the former champions, the current world champion, or amateur world champions, for the plat side of things. So Oasis Esports Cloud wanting to try to prove that they're the best team, but we'll see who ends up joining them. Maybe it will be another Dorado team, or if Absolute Esports can go ahead and close this one out, maybe it'll be Absolute. We'll see in just a few more games, or maybe even after this game here, it could be Absolute moving on.
Yep, in a matter of 1 or 2 games, it will be the deciding factor to determine who Oasis is playing against. Oasis, if you guys are arriving, one of these two people are going to be your opponent, so make sure you go ahead and start scouting right away. This is probably the closest match we've had as the Rift Herald has been spawned.
Yeah, I think the last game was actually pretty close as well in the early game. I think it was, Shelly being dropped. I think it was mostly the late game. Oh, wait, this is a pretty interesting situation here, as now the ultimate comes out from the Yone to try to get onto the Vigor, but it's just not enough. Here comes that Renata ult, almost a field goal, but now Vayne is just absolutely crushing her own team, starts finally going after the enemy team as well. Ezreal in a really bad spot, doesn't really have the arcane shift yet, does flash away. Finally, right there, as he will be taken down by the Vayne, but Vayne will be traded back by the tower. Renata does find that kill. Yone looking for the kill onto Renata. Renata going to make a break for it. Should be able to get out of there. A great Q to stop his advance, as that will be enough, as Absolute Gaming blow the game open once again.
Yep, and as we are going to see, we are going to be watching the Renata ult barely connect with the Vayne. As you see, it barely clips her, which causes her to start shooting into the Yone, and then luckily she regains control, and unfortunately they didn't have a good answer from Vayne.
Yeah, it didn't seem to be the case. I mean, the tower ends up being a pretty good answer at the very end, but that's not something you want to rely on for sure, as we will see how the rest of this game goes. And this is exactly how Game 3 went, right? The last game that we had, Absolute Esports, and Dorado Gaming Gamma for that matter, were very close together, but then Absolute Esports finds a great play, and after that, it feels like Dorado Gaming Gamma could just never recover.
Yep, definitely have to agree with you there. Last game was kind of a bit of a nail biter, and in 2 minutes we will have soul points spawning for ABS. Dorado realizes that in 2 minutes this will make or break their chances into grand finals. Because unfortunately, if ABS collects this soul, it's going to be all uphill for Dorado for any chance to get back in this match.
I'd have to agree with you there. We'll see if that ends up being how this one goes. The Zillion wants to try to get in there, wants to try to find a double bomb, just not allowed to do so. Takes a lot of damage in the process. Now, meanwhile, we'll see Jax trying to 1v1 the Yone. Who's going to win it, though? Counter-Strike is available. He will go right back to where the Yone will recall to, as the ultimate will just barely miss, as that could be really bad for Rosa. She goes back in, tries to find the play. The Counter-Strike is there, dodging away from everything. A shutdown for the Jax. Outplays it so well. He is very low, though, trying to run away, but he will be taken down by Angry Cookie.
Yep, definitely a good follow-up there from the Volibear getting his first kill of the game, which is definitely going to help Volibear complete one of his items. He is probably, I believe he's finishing this tower on the top lane. I'm not 100% certain.
Yep, that's exactly what he's going to go ahead and do. Jax also getting that kill is going to be huge for him. Gotta imagine, I don't exactly know what he bought with that. I want to say it was just the longsword and the dagger. He might have finished either his boots, he might have finished Divine Sunderer. Either way, he's going to be very happy himself getting his first kill of the game, and with a pretty solid shutdown, no less. Even though it did take him too long, and Volibear ends up being able to clean it up after that, I think that's as good as that situation was going to get for the Jax.
Yep, everyone has respawned. The dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. Everyone will have their ultimate. Yone is finishing his cooldown for his. This is going to be a big 5v5 dragon fight. If ABS gets the soul, they basically win the game because they will be way too tanky for dogs to do anything. If DOGG gets this, there's still a small chance of them running this back.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes the dragon here. They want to go ahead and do it. There is two fronts that they have to fight from. The Mordekaiser does use that ultimate. Renata is going to ult as well. Zillion will be the one hit by it, but it doesn't do too much besides CC him. Yone trying to get out of the fight. Will he be able to do so? Vigar has gone down. Zillion does ult the Yone to keep himself alive a little bit longer, to keep that player alive for just a little bit longer. Ezreal trying to find the damage, trying to find the Qs. They're just not landing as the Ezreal has to run for the hills. Vayne is on him. He doesn't have to hit abilities. He just has to auto attack. Garino's gonna go down, as that's going to be Absolute Esports absolutely destroying that fight with an ace for themselves. Gonna go ahead and pick up the Mountain Soul and march on over towards the Baron after.
Yep, so as we see the Renata ult there at the very end, it only clips Zillion, which unfortunately Zillion auto attacks don't do much, and Mordekaiser just absolutely decimating that Vigar. And then you watch as the Zillion ult brings the Yone back, and Yone just absolutely capitalizes on everything. Volibear gets the nice stun, and then Vayne goes, hey look, there's a free Ezreal, let me ult and do some auto attacks. Bada bing, bada boom, and you are dead.
Yeah, not looking too great for Dorado Gaming. Gamma looking like it might be a 3-1. They do have a way back into this game, though. They do have an infinite scaler in the mid lane. They do have some pretty solid scaling from this Ezreal, but looking at the other side, they have equally scaring scaling in the form of Yone and Vayne, who are already at that point. And that's what you got to remember, is when they've already snowballed, it is so much harder for the enemy team to also scale, because they should never really get that opportunity. Because, I mean, Absolute just forces fights, and they're stronger at this point, and it's pretty GG from that point.
Yep, the other big deciding factor I want to point out. Well, hang on, what's going on up here?
Yeah, Yone trying to find the kill onto Ezreal, does not find it quite there, as now Dobbin trying to find the 1v1 on to the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser having a bit of a difficult time with this one. Will be able to run on back, will not be taken down, but still was a little scary, a little dicey for the big man from the top lane.
We might up there. ABS is actually going to be starting Dragon here. Here comes the Ezreal ult way too early, but now they at least get a little bit of vision. Vigar realizes what is going on here. Places a control ward. ABS is still trying to focus it down. I do believe there's the Renata ult, goes wide. And
oh, Hecarim with the steal! What a play from him. He manages to steal the Baron, gets himself and his team some objective bounties. Now they're going to try to run down this Vigar. Does drop that Event Horizon. Oh my goodness, Rare Candy just absolutely popping off with that one as the bombs are landing onto Dobbin. Actually, they're not landing quite yet there, as Ezreal's trying to poke down this Volibear here. Will he be able to continue doing so? He does get tagged by that bomb, does not quite get tagged by the double bomb though. Will be just fine for now. He wants to try to find his way back into this one, but it's just so dang difficult for him to do so. As now Vigar trying to just play safe, making sure he doesn't get dove. Does have that Event Horizon to keep himself alive for a little bit longer, should he need it.
Yep, and one of the big things I want to point out that this Vigar needs to do is he needs to buy a quick silver sash, considering the fact there is a Mordekaiser. As we know, Vigar is currently the big damage dealer for the side of Dorado. It is also the big infinite scaler, and unfortunately every fight, Mordekaiser's just going to walk up and go, okay, you're ulted and you're dead.
Yeah, I think Azanya's would actually be okay. Rare Candy in a bit of a predicament is just trying to lifesteal his way out of it, but he won't be able to do so. I don't think Renata quite has ult yet. Event Horizon will stop them from advancing too much more. Dobbin is very low. Zillion trying to find the kill. Will he be able to do it? Volibear going in, will be able to secure the kill. Now, Ezreal trying to kite away. Arcane shifts out with the flash as well. Just so much mobility. That will be the stun landing onto the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser does get Zillion ulted. He will be brought back. Will he be able to find the kill even still? I highly doubt it. But Ezreal wants to keep trying to find all of the poke there, but it's just not enough damage. He doesn't have the front line anymore. Everybody on his team has fallen, as now the Yone did collect that bot lane tower, is starting to move up towards the mid lane. Might look for a play, but would be a little bit greedy and elects not to do so.
Yep, it is definitely going to be very interesting to see how Dorado is going to come back from this one. They do have a few people with a Baron buff that will be expiring in about a minute and a half time. We do have Elder spawning in 2 minutes, and unfortunately, Dorado is on a clock at the moment before this game gets a bit too out of hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Being on a clock is not what you want to be if you are Dorado, because you want as much time as possible. But, I mean, with that Elder, as you said, coming up soon, it's going to be a little aggravating for them. It's going to pressure them so much. And, I mean, Absolute should be able to win the game around that objective. All they need to do is find one more good fight, get that Elder, and I think they can force an end. Question is, can they find that good fight? Will Dorado Gaming Gamma be able to scale up enough in a minute and a half's time? And I just don't think that that's true. I don't think that that's really possible for them.
I mean, there is a small window of opportunity that Dorado would have to do this. They would have to get the amazing 5-man Renata ult, the 5-man Hecarim. Basically, a lot of 5-man instances happening here. And then, of course, you know, Vigar doesn't get ulted by the Mordekaiser, who then just instantly dies. So there's a lot of things that ABS would have to do poorly and Dorado would have to capitalize on, but unfortunately it's going to be really hard for any of that to happen.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what they can do. Maybe try to find some form of play here. We do see Angry Cookie starting to push everybody on back towards the tower, trying to zone them off of this jungle. If they do walk in, it could get a little dicey. Having that control ward makes it so hard for Dorado Gaming Gamma to want to even walk into their own jungle. It feels impossible for them to do so. They will start walking up there, trying to get mid lane control. Here's Volibear. He does finally show. They will get the stun off onto the Hecarim. Will it be enough, though? The Event Horizon has dropped. The Counter-Strike will come through to stop them from advancing too much more. Yone's going to go in. Does miss. Has that E available, but will he be allowed to use it? Yes, he will. And he finds the kill onto the Ezreal. He's just absolutely popping off. Zillion's going to use his ult for fun. Maybe use it a little bit earlier than I saw it. As now they're going to try to push up a little bit more. Mordekaiser does have that ult available, if I'm not mistaken. Makes it so hard to fight this one, especially when no members are down for ABS and Dorado Gaming Gamma, have lost their ADC. Event Horizon will drop. Will it be enough? They're trying to look for the flank now onto the Hecarim. If they can find the Hecarim, then maybe it's doable. Mordekaiser is so tanky, trying to survive as long as possible. Double bomb will land. There is the Renata ultimate. Is it enough? The Vayne is absolutely going off on her own team, but she's also going off on the enemy team. The Elder buff has been taken solo by the Yone, and that'll be everybody on Dorado Gaming Gamma dropping like flies. Here comes the Ezreal to try to do something, but it's probably not going to be enough. He is here to defend those, throwing out Qs, throwing out all of those abilities that he possibly can. Here comes the True Shot Barrage, but it's just not enough. Mystic shots be damned. ABS want to try to end this game and this series. The Ezreal will go down, goes right through that Renata W. They don't care about that one at all. Will they go ahead and try to end the game? It looks like half of them want to, but the other half just want to play it safe, go for the Baron buff instead.
Yep, I do believe that this is... I could see them just ending here. This might they might just be doing one quick back, buy the last items, and then they're just going to play a quick game of ARAM down the mid lane. They have the Elder Soul. Honestly, they're probably going to stack for Baron. They're going to stack for Baron, take that, pad their numbers, and then they're going to play a nice quick game of ARAM. I'm going to call it now. ABS is already going to win this game. I don't see a scenario in which they lose. I'm going to predict
That's a hot take.
A hot take. I predict that not a single member of ABS dies in this ARAM fight.
Okay, that's
Baron.
I'll do you one better. I don't think they ARAM unless they find a kill onto someone who just, runs in and dies. I think if they don't get any kills, though, I think they should just go top and try to end the game there, or maybe even bot lane. But if someone dies here, things could get a little bit different. Yone's going to go in, easily finds that kill onto the Vygar, trying to find a little bit more, but he's finally forced to go all the way back, maybe trying to find the flank now. Dobbin is 1v1ing the Mordekaiser. The Baron has fallen. Now, Rosachi going in, trying to find the kill onto the Hecarim. Hecarim does turn around, though, as that will be the Yone goes right back in on the Ezreal, finds the kill there. There goes the Jax as well. Here comes the Renata ultimate. It's just not going to do nearly enough. And because they found so many kills, they can very easily do just what you said. Go ahead and ARAM. Yone trying to find that quadra kill for himself. Very low on Rare Candy. Rare Candy's going to go down. They're on to the Nexus Towers. They're on to the finals. Absolute Esports will win the series 3-1.
Yep, there's the amazing ARAM game. Volibear jumps into the fountain, pops it, and okay, I guess technically he died? Nope, never mind, he does have the Zillion.
He definitely died. No, he died. He dies.
Nope, he died. Okay, so...
It ignores it.
I still believe that my prediction was correct, and now we're going to jump back over to the desk, and we're going to ask our good friend, Mr. Infinite Dodge, who seems to have checked out already.
He's gone.
My apologies. Folks, one second here. I can bring back my gorgeous visage. I just have to check in on my old DMs with Mr. Fantastic, our producer, because
there he is.
PC was not running well. Wait, what happened? How am I back? Oh yes, I'm Udyr. Okay, cool. Yes. What a series that was.
Mr. Udyr, could you turn and face us and tell us what you thought about that game 4?
Well, what I really thought about that game 4 there, Kongman, was that there might have been some negative Nancys in chat tonight who wanted to dispute our game knowledge. And you know what? That's fair. They can dispute our game knowledge, but one thing they cannot dispute is our knowledge of the VRS, because, baby, we all came into the call tonight before the game started, and we came to the unanimous decision that it was going to be a threat. My cam is back, man. You can bring me back in.
No, I like talking to Garen. Nope, you are not back.
I should be, but...
I'm glad to see Garen has joined us at the desk instead of Udyr.
We basically all decided that it was going to be a 3-1. We all laid down the law that we figured it was going to be a Game 1 victory for the underdogs here before their hopes and dreams swiftly crushed by the first seed, and we were all right on that one. And you know what that makes us? That makes us certified prediction masters, TM, patent pending, etc. on all that. Sure. So big ups to us, but even bigger ups to Absolute for coming through, doing what they need to do. I mean, that Game 3 was as clean and as fundamental, smooth League of Legends as you like it. You knew as soon as 15 minutes rolled around and the Vayne Zillion weren't 0-10 that the game was won, because you can't beat a Vayne Zillion at that point unless they're massively behind. So, took care of business in Game 3, did Absolute Esports, knocking Dorado out of the playoffs entirely, because Zeta shockingly lost on the other side of the bracket in the rematch with OEC. So no more Dorado left in playoffs. For the first time this year, a VRS event will be won by somebody other than Dorado Gaming Zeta. It will be OEC versus Absolute Esports in the finals. It should be an absolute banger, guys.
And to add on to that now, since we are looking at finals here, of course, we will have a week to dwell on it. I do want to point out that both of these teams went undefeated in the regular season. Both of them did only drop one actual game, not match, one game throughout the entire season, which is really impressive for both of these teams. They did do a best of one playoff match in which to determine who was the number one seed for this bracket, which, as we did see, Absolute Gaming did win. So as we are going to the grand finals here, who do you guys think will be the victorious team?
I have an idea, but Shogun, you want to take it away?
I think it's going to be. I'd go with Oasis Esports Cloud. I think the way that they beat Dorado Gaming Zeta in a more convincing fashion, convinces me that it's going to be them. I do think that we're looking at a 3-2 type of series. I think that would make the most sense. Now, what does worry me is that they did drop 2 games to Mint Gaming Gelato, who has been, I'm pretty sure they were in the same group as Absolute. So maybe they just didn't respect Mint Gaming Gelato. Maybe Mint Gaming Gelato just had, 2 really good games as well. So that's a little scary, but I do think Oasis Esports Cloud just has such a powerhouse mid laner that they should be able to take it home. But I could also see Absolute Esports putting up a close fight, even winning the series as well. Hence why, if they are going to win, it's going to be a 3-2, I think, either way.
Yeah, I think we've been ramping up steadily in the competitiveness of these series. Quarterfinals is a 3-0, semifinals a 3-1. I would expect the finals to run the full gamut of a 3-2 series, the full 5 games either way, no matter which way it goes. But I'm in agreement with you, Shogun. To answer your question, Kongman, I think it's going to be Oasis Esports Cloud. I think the hunger is there. I think the only person who really seemed to be able to stop Sergeant Hades in that mid lane would have been Shima, and Shima is now out of the tournament. So I think Oasis Esports Cloud coming back for revenge in that semifinals against Zeta, beat them in finals last split, finishing the job, shows they have the fire, they have the hunger, they've been here before, and I think nobody's going to stop them this time around. But either way, it should be an absolute banger match. I do want to point out, while it is going, we have the MVP poll in chat. Please do vote on that to select your MVP of our series here tonight, which did send Absolute Esports to the finals over Dorado Gaming Game 3-1. As expected by the lot of us. So you only have about another minute and a half on that one. Get your votes in, make your voice heard, because we're almost tied up here right now. It's Angry Cookie with a very slight lead. So make your voice heard on that one. Boys, your individual votes on MVP, starting with you, Shogun. You obviously have an idea.
It's Rose of She, and it's actually not close. I think the 2 people who voted for Angry Cookie needed to act like Game 1 never happened, because if Game 1 doesn't happen, and Angry Cookie doesn't int about 3 times, I'm pretty sure they win the series 3-0. I'm almost certain they win the series 3-0. Rose of She plays well in every single game that they had. I think the only one that was like maybe a little bit scuffed was when he was playing the Silas mid, but I mean, he takes the ultimate away from Malphite every single time, and he's finding the kill into Corki every single fight, and there was that, and then he mid-diffed game 2 so hard that they won the game. And then I feel like this last game was definitely more of a team effort, but I mean, you saw what he was doing on the Yone, just absolutely playing that champion to its limits, and it was pretty crazy how good Rose of She was playing these fights, and I don't think anyone on this team had that same kind of consistency.
There you have it from Shogun, going for the mid laner. Kongman, tell me why it was actually the jungler, you biased jungle man. No, I'm kidding. Who do you have here, Kong?
Fun fact, I did not vote for the jungler this game.
Let's go. Who you got? Who you got?
Okay, so real quick, I did receive word from our producer that he voted for the jungler just because he liked the name. So that's a little bit of a weird.
Our producer doesn't play League, so that's where you have it.
I actually voted for the ADC Arts and Crafts, which, is definitely a bit of a weird vote coming from me, because in fact, every game I always talk bad about the ADC players and their egos. But Arts and Crafts did really good. Like, the first game, he struggled a little bit on Seraphine, which, trying to get used to the character, I guess you could try and say. The game 2 really capitalized on it. Game 3 popped off on Zeri going 7-0-8, and then the last game just carrying with Vayne going 7-2-6. I mean, clearly that game was carried by the ADC. I see Shogun giving me the death stare through his camera of the. I can tell it is not the ADC, but as we do look in the MVP poll, there was a tie. So once again, we have to vote again to see who will come out.
Tiebreaker. Or as I typed it at first, toe breaker, which is not correct. Don't break your toes over this, folks. It's just a game. It's not worth getting that mad. Shogun in the tiebreaker. I know you vote for Rose of She. Between Angry Cookie and Rose of She, Kongman in the tiebreaker. Who's your vote?
As much as I would love to support the jungler, I feel like the jungler was kind of lacking this time around, so I got to go for Rose of She.
Yeah, and it looks like he is, or they rather, I should say, is starting to pull ahead. So we will wait a few more moments, a few more precious moments on that MVP screen finalized, but we are starting to get a pretty good idea. I mean, what a journey it's been. Can you guys believe that we are approaching the finals of our second split together as the VRS crew? It's absolutely wild where the time goes, man. It's been 5 months of doing this. I can't believe it, and we're up for our biggest challenge yet, a final without Dorado Gaming Zeta. I mean, we're gonna be in for all sorts of surprises and fun stuff next week. It should be absolutely electric. You don't want to miss it. I do believe we will be on the main channel again for finals, assuming Valorant isn't doing any spooky stuff next week, as we do have the MVP poll finally finished up. It is Rose of She winning. We'll get them their MVP screen, as it is well deserved. And look at that, the Yone 10-1-5 in game 3. Crazy stuff, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I've already touched on it a little bit of how crazy this Yone actually was, and I believe this was the most recent game that they played. It was that last fight that really sold it for me. That I was like, all right, yeah, if you give this guy Yone, I mean, of course he's going to be MVP pretty much every single game that he plays as champion. It's just, I feel like it's pretty illegal to leave this champion up. I think that Oasis Esports Cloud needs to take some notes and like not allow this guy to have Yone. Of course, it did seem like Dorado Gaming Gamma was playing without a ban for all of these games, so that would be that makes sense as to why they didn't, get the Yone in there. There were a lot of other champions that they wanted to get rid of, but I mean, Rose of She, even on the other champions that he played, he looked like the best player on his team in pretty much every single game.
Yeah, it was in convincing performance all around. Kongman, do you have any final words of admiration for Rose of She or the Absolute folks before we do call it a night here?
I definitely want to say congratulations to Absolute for qualifying for finals in their first VRS appearance. They definitely had a really tough bracket, I do believe. In my opinion, because I'm looking at the standings for their group, I do believe they had one of the toughest groups out of all the others. And honestly, I can't wait for grand finals.
Yeah, I echo that sentiment completely here, as it is the end of a long night, so we will be bidding you adieu for now, but we have the finals of VRS coming up next week. You absolutely do not want to miss them. Same time, same place here to see two amazing teams face off to bring home the glory, but we will have to bid you adieu until then. I've been Infinite Dodge, along with Shogun and Kongman, who absolutely murdered it on the cast tonight. We will see you guys next week. Bye-bye for now.